So, good morning, everyone. Today, welcome to the lecture. I am planning to give at least two or three topics for today, and one of the unit in one has a chapter called Hospital External and Internal. So, I will just try to cover the first introductory presentation, which is hospital environment, external and internal. With this small introduction, we will go to the presentation as such. One is, hospital has a number of mm, units or divisions within which it operates. Like if I have to tell an example, hospital is like a university. How a university has separate schools, and then departments, and then within the department divisions, and a separate library, accounts, administration, hostel, and canteen, mess, like this. Even a hospital is having a number of divisions. I will try to give an overview of what are all the divisions that are there. General, which is only to have an interaction with the public and then to take care of issues, that is reception, administration, accounts, and pharmacy. These are coming under the general. Then comes the medical. This is the core of the hospital, like emergency, inpatients, outpatients, investigations, wards, etc. This covers both inpatient, outpatient, emergency, and different wards like gastro ward, cardio ward, dental ward, and also eye ward. Like this, different wards are there. Then accessory services for the staff as well as to the public is canteen and hostels. Auxiliary services, these are required both civil, electrical, and mechanical for all kinds of needs, heating and cooling. These are called as auxiliary services. If you carefully see in any of the corridors of the big hospitals, there will be a separate door which AHU units, auxiliary handling units. These are only, not public or any other people are generally not allowed in this. Only the engineers and maintenance service engineers are going inside. There are environmental, these will be little bit away from the main buildings, because these require a specialized kind of space, as well as treatment, sewage treatment plant, effluent treatment plant, and the biomedical waste which are collected from different wards need to be separately stored and given to the common facility, and all other kinds of waste management. So this comes under the environmental. Then safety, this is there all over in all wards, ICUs, and also in all buildings, and there will be a separate firefighting system and all other required fire alarm systems, etc. And also boiler and electricity safety and occupational safety. I think this is clear. Next is this is a portion of general reception, administration, and accounts, pharmacy. I already told. This is how it will look like, the general reception and other things. Yeah, is the slides are moving? If it is not moving, please let me know. Hello. Next, auxiliary services. I told civil, electrical, mechanical department, air conditioning units, as well as sanitary unit, sanitation unit, laundry, and stores, etc. The next comes the environmental, which I mentioned, STP, ETP, and all kinds of biomedical waste management, and solid waste management, and other kinds of waste management like electronic waste management, hazardous waste management, all these things. And as I mentioned, safety, fire control, boiler, and also electrical and occupational safety. Then there is called physical and chemical environment, as well as biological, and also the in the external environment, flora and fauna, that is the animals and plants that are there in the outside the hospital buildings but within the premises, and also the microbial environment, because hospital will be having a number of both harmful microbes as well as the good microbial content also, and all kinds of habitats that will be there, like in the soil as well as in the trees, and also in the water bodies that are there in the vicinity. All these things will contribute to a number of biodiversity related issues, and also the vacant land and the grasslands, etc., and also the rocks or mountains which may be there in and around the hospital, and oceans, etc. Physical environment comprises of soil, water, flora, and fauna. Oh, sorry. There appears to be a small problem. I'll just set right in a minute. So I think now it is okay. Is the screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So now we have seen in the hospital what are the components that are there, like different divisions of the hospital, etc. And now we will see why there is a concept of green hospital in the rating, and also in the how to get the green rating, because you are all MBA management students. When you are joining in the administration, there will be two or three issues which you will be asked to look into. One is to take care of all kind of related government regulations and compliances, and also to make the hospital more sustainable, and also to ensure that that sustainability will helps the hospital not only in the conservation and resource management, but also in the cost cutting and reduction. So in this particular presentation, I will try to cover what are the concept of green hospital and how it is done. What is it, and what are the various components? How can we do this? Is it difficult to do this, or can it be done, and is it economical? And how to do this? What are the things to be done? So as a management students, this will be a practical guidance manual for you to go about and approach, and how to make the hospital environmentally sustainable or as a green hospital. One is environmental scanning. You have a topic, it is resource conservation, whether it is water resources or power or any kind of any other resources that needs to be conserved. This will be the first and foremost attitude, the habit or the policy that the hospital should have. Second is waste management. For information of the students, I will try to tell there are a number of waste management that is relevant even to the hospitals. One is solid waste management and another one is liquid waste management. So under the solid waste management, you have biomedical waste management and the actual municipal solid waste management. These two are separate. And then there is something called hazardous waste management. So this also you need to take care. And under the solid waste management itself, there is something called electronic waste management. Whatever the electrical and electronic gadgets, including the LED and the CFL bulbs, and also the laptops and computers and all kinds of hospital biomedical engineering, which is having a display. All these which will have a internal circuit IC, all this, once it has completed its activity or the lifetime, all these things need to be treated as electronic waste. So this is very important. And also like this, batteries, lead acid batteries, which we normally use for our inverters, if the battery has served its life, then it has to be covered and then it has to be properly managed and disposed of as per the battery management rules. So these are some of the then hazardous chemical rules and hazardous waste management rules. And for microbiological aspect, there is something called genetic engineering appraisal committee. That regulation will apply for all kind of microbial wastes or pathogenic waste. So these are some of the clearances or the regulatory parameters that one has to be very careful regarding the hospital waste management. And also how to do it, you have to right from the way go. When you are planning for a hospital, you have to plan at construction stage itself where the hazardous waste will be stored, how it will be collected, or how and where and how big the sewage treatment plant is required, or effluent treatment plant is required. And this aspect of operation and management you have to take care. And again, the green building concept, allowing the natural light and also the ventilation to the maximum extent, this also you need to take care. And also electrical and electronic gadgets I told, and wastewater treatment, recycle and reuse, and biomedical plastics and its segregation, all these things need to be taken care of. And also it has to be disinfected, shredding and recycling of plastic of different grade, and also ensuring spore test for disinfection of plastics. These are the things. If plastics you are planning to disinfect and then shred it, cutting into pieces so that reuse is avoided, but differently disinfected graded plastics can be given to the authorized recycler. And this activity alone in the hospital can save huge amount of money to the hospital authorities. So as a biomedical waste management specialist, or as a hospital administrators, hospital management specialist, you should give special attention to biomedical plastics collection, disinfection, and then cutting it into different kind of pieces according to the grade of the plastics, and ensure spore test for disinfection, and then give it to the authorized recycler. This alone will save huge amount of revenue to a corporate kind of hospital. And also green building hospital. What is a green building? According to the Green Building Council, a green hospital can be defined as one which enhances the patient well-being, aids the curative process while utilizing the natural resources in an efficient and environmentally friendly manner. Imagine all the hospitals don't have any natural light, and 24 hours it is illuminated with artificial light. What happens to the hospital authorities? You are increasing the electricity consumption, which will increase the expenditure of the hospital, which will ultimately reflected in the cost of the treatment. And the cost of the treatment, if it goes to the patient, patient will think, Array, even if I am admitted for one day, 10,000 or 25,000 rupees is happening. That itself, that thinking itself will make the patient more sick rather than to get recovery. Also the architecture, it has to be in such a way so as to allow the natural ventilation and also the natural lighting. And it should have windows in all rooms, and windows can have double layered glass with appropriate refractive index, so that the lighting will come, but the external heat will not come into the rooms. And benefits of the green hospitals: why? Can increase the patient recovery time and eliminate sick building syndrome for patients as well as staff. Imagine a hospital or nursing home without proper lighting and without ventilation. Even if you enter the corridor, you feel so suffocated. In many hospitals and nursing homes, when we visit to see somebody, we ourselves feel like that. And the environment or the hospital should reduce the stress level in workers, thus improving the quality of care, and lowers the resource consumption and hence the operation cost. And also, what are the four or five components of the green building? Lighting, indoor air quality, green housekeeping, clean and green interior building materials, gardening and landscape. All these conserve resources and saves money also in the process. uh, and this is the outlook of the ward. And you just see all are having sensor lamps, and also it allows natural lighting in all these kinds of patient ward. And also this is the architecture in which, it allows the natural ventilation as well as the lighting, and the glass is provided in each floor, and also in the walkways are given like this without any this thing. So it ensures proper ventilation as well as enough adequate natural lighting, so that during the daytime till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, external light is not needed in the patient care area as well as in the rooms. And these are the, like hospitals that are having proper trees as well as the greenscape landscape. This the seeing these kind of environment, external environment itself aids in better hospital patient recovery. And also green indoor air quality. In indoor air quality, permanent sucking devices are to capture dust particles are installed, and also using appropriate indoor plants so that it absorbs the volatile organic compounds or the pollutants that are there within the hospital premises. That may be because of the various medicines and chemicals and liquids that are used within the hospital itself. And in the outside, a plantation of native and adaptive plants that helps in absorbing the harmful gases as well as absorbing the dust, and also much required oxygen is given out. And also using zero VOC interior material. Volatile organic compounds is having a pungent smell, and sometimes it is harmful to the respiratory system. And at times if it contains benzene and other compounds, it can be cancer causing also. So there are a number of materials which are coming, which are conventionally used for construction. Now they are coming without the volatile organic carbons. And also green cleaning products, like this conventional chemical are not there, but herbal based cleaning products are there. And its efficiency is also equivalent to the disinfectants. So such kind of materials can be used, and providing to all the staff and paramedics and also to the officers and doctors the required training of how and where and the waste and other things can be disposed of, and also a basic awareness of what constitute a waste and what doesn't constitute a waste. Any kind of paper packaging boards, packaging material, packaging paper, or packaging covers, all these things, if it has not come into contact with infectious waste, all these are termed as general waste only. And general waste in a big corporate hospital or 100-bedded hospital, all these general waste can be categorically segregated, and it can fetch huge amount of revenue to the hospital authority. So as a hospital managers, you should concentrate on segregation of non infectious waste from the infectious waste, give enough attention so that the general waste, once it is collected for 1 week or 1 month, it will give you huge amount of revenue in terms of paper, packaging plastics, packaging boards, and all other kinds of packaging materials. If it is not infected, all these are termed as general waste, and it can fetch you enough revenue so that your cost of treatment can come down like anything. Recycling of waste after proper disinfection and segregation, and also optimum use and conservation of energy resources. Nowadays, all hospitals, corporate kind of hospitals, have installed sensor based lights and also LED lights to give enough adequate. This contains this itself conserves more than 70% of 60 to 70% of energy consumption due to lighting. So optimization of energy saving and usage. And in major hospitals, these are all now controlled by a software based system called building management system, thus ensuring effective regulation and through a central control point. Whether it is the lighting or whether it is air conditioning, all these are controlled depending upon the load within the given particular area. If more people are there, more lighting will be there, or more air conditioning will function. Otherwise it will reduce it itself automatically. Though these are all initially little bit higher cost than the conventional system, but when you compare the operational cost for a year or 2 years, this will recover your cost, that of investment, much higher than what you otherwise would do. Because if you install conventional system, the electricity consumption alone will increase it at least 2 times than the sensor based system. And also all this HVAC operation of air conditioning, this is also based on depending upon the requirement. If in the common area more people are there, it will function in a higher load. In the common area where air conditioning is there, where less people are there, it will be having lesser load only. And all these are controlled by system, computer based system. And automatic switching on or switching off of lights, auto and parallel operation of chillers and DG sets whenever required depending upon the load. All the DG sets will function or all the chillers will function. If the load is less, the chillers and DG sets will shut off automatically. And the scheduled operation of exhaust fan, which will not be operated continuously. All the split AC installed in the hospital with 3 to 5 star rating. This will also reduce a huge amount of energy consumption. Motion sensor installed in the toilet and corridors. Only when the patient or patient attendant moves into that area, then the light will come into, otherwise it will be switched off. Rationalization of parking area light after 8 p.m. Alternate light only will be there in the night time. In the peak evening time to night time, you may require inflow of vehicles will come and go, and many vehicles also will be there, so continuous lighting system can be there. But after 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. in the parking area, you can have alternate lights, or wherever vehicles are parked, only light will be there, and otherwise it will be there 3 or 4 lights only. Once in 3 or 4 lights it will be there. So like that, if you rationalize the lighting also, it will reduce a huge amount of energy consumption. And using energy efficiency equipment, like I told, air conditioning, refrigerators, all these are star rated labels. Like that, even lights, fan, and all other electrical and electronic items, when purchasing itself, we should ensure how much energy consumption is there. And if the active life of that particular instrument is going to be 10 years, then we have to calculate the operation and maintenance cost or energy consumption cost for 10 years, not only the initial investment. So being hospital managers, you may be involved in the purchasing of these gadgets also. So when you move up in the seniority level, you will be definitely involved in these kind of purchases also. That time you have to keep in mind not only the initial capital cost, which is having lesser cost, you should not purchase. you should see that electrical instrument or electronic instrument, how much life it will have 10 years, and what will be the electricity consumption per year, and you have to calculate for all the quotations for electricity consumption for 10 years. Then you have to arrive at the lowest one, which one will be the lowest if the full lifetime of that particular electronic gadgets. So this is a concept only I am telling. You will learn in detail when you go and get employed in the hospital itself, how the tendering system, etc., will function. And variant refrigeration as well as air conditioning units for labs, OTs, and ITUs, where these are all not continuously used. Labs, operation theaters, and ICUs. When patient requirement is there, only these kind of units will function. So this will automatically switch off or switch on the air conditioning and other systems accordingly. Stream water recovery storage tank, and also number of other electrical and electronic items, how it can be managed energy efficiently, that I have highlighted in this slide. And the use of renewable energy, this kind of solar energy that can be harnessed. And then today solar energy is much cheaper than the conventional energy per unit cost. If you install in a bigger hospital solar rooftop for electricity generation as well as for hot water requirement and steam requirement, you can recover the cost within 2 or 3 years. And I suggested this when I was working with Pondicherry. I suggested this one of the corporate hospital, which was a teaching hospital. They had paramedics college as well as nursing college. The chief engineer, after 3 months or 4 months, next financial year started, when he came and met, he was telling, "Sir, you gave the idea that we should go solar. Now, after seeing the energy consumption reduction in one of the hostel where we have installed, my chairman called me before the next annual board meeting, and he told, you just replicate this solar thing for all other buildings also in a phased manner." So that much of energy consumption cost reduction happens in a bigger hospital if you put renewable energy systems. And also, optimum usage and conservation of energy resources. These are in the electricity and also in the air conditioning system. And the electricity consumption is monitored, and also you can have a annual or monthly reduction plan, so that you review where the electricity is going up, why it is going, if more manpower is needed or automation is needed. Accordingly, you can have policy intervention also. And use of recyclable and reusable items as far as possible, such as paper, printer cartridges, etc., can be done. And also, hospitals should have a no mercury policy, because mercury is, if not properly handled, it is a heavy metal. It can cause a number of health effects to patients as well as to the hospital staff. And also, if it goes and contaminates the soil and water, it can have deleterious effect, because mercury is one of the chemical which is having the capacity of bioaccumulation as well as biomagnification in the soil and water, meaning thereby if 1 milligram of mercury is leaked into soil, when it is there, it will get increased to 2 milligram or so in the water level. And when the water is consumed by the primary consumer and it enters the food chain and food web, it gets accumulated at each primary, secondary, and tertiary level. When a small fish eats the big fish, and big fish is eaten by the bird, and the bird is eaten by the snake, if this is the food web, when you would have studied in the schools and in your higher secondary, and at each tropic level, the concentration of mercury will keep on increasing. This is called bioaccumulation and biomagnification. So the chemicals that are used, various chemicals and heavy metals that are used in hospitals, need to be carefully collected, managed, and treated. Otherwise, it will cause this bioaccumulation and biomagnification effect. and also rationalization of water usage for the whole facility. That how you will do monitoring and reviewing and also verification, and then you can have water consumption pattern, and also you can have reduction plan, and separate water lines for RO water, soft water, and domestic water based on the purpose of usage, so that all people don't use only drinking water or RO water for even hand washing, or for face washing, or for brushing. Wherever RO water is required, only provide RO water line only to those areas. And the STP, ETP installation, I told sewage treatment plant and effluent treatment plant installation, and also it's a treatment and reuse. How you can reuse the treated water? Have a separate pipeline, one building in a year, and then replace the pipeline for flushing alone. The treated wastewater can be given piped and given to the flushing alone, and then it will reduce 5 liters of water for every flushing in every room and every common place. So whatever that is treated by STP or effluent treatment plant can be stored and disinfected and reused for non-potable or non-drinking purpose, so that freshwater requirement is reduced drastically. And automation of air conditioning, etc., I have already told. And monitor the water supply system monthly as well as the energy supply system monthly, so that you can have a reduction plan for these resources. And rainwater harvesting pit can be constructed at a number of places in the open place, and then these waters can be collected in a big underground storage tank, and it can be reused. And the surveillance of drinking water regularly for any pathogens, because hospitals is a place where people come for getting cured, but the drinking water that is provided either to the patient or to the patient attendant should not be contaminated, and it should not make them more patients. And staffs are sensitized during their induction program and also periodically about the energy and water saving. Periodic training are organized for all staff and officers and doctors and nurses for awareness. And how you can do maintaining the nearby government parks or facilities also, you can take care and maintain, so that it will increase your brand value. And also ongoing educational program for efficient use and conservation of water for all stakeholders, whether it is for staff, patient, and also for hospital users. Green purchasing, you people, after having this MBA in hospital management, many of you will be involved in the purchasing of gadgets also. As I told, don't go only for this your specified lowest quoted tender. You have to see the life cycle analysis of how much energy it has consumed and how it will be disposed of. For that, how much energy it will consume. So there should be a green purchase policy, and wherever possible, a strict no to any kind of plastic materials, like plastic files or plastic pens or carry bags. If it is can be alternately substituted with some other bags, totally avoid these plastic purchases. Cleaning and disinfection agents are to be approved by the infection control team of the hospital. There will be a infection control team of the hospital comprising of doctors, paramedics, nurses, and also general administrators, and also finance people. So that committee should approve your cleaning agent. It's not just because it is very cheap you should not purchase. You have to see how much acid content it has, or how much alkali content it has, and how much harmful chemicals or heavy metals it has. So these kind of things you need to keep in mind before purchasing cleaning materials. And also samples of chemicals should be taken periodically to ensure the quality and efficacy of those cleaning materials. And the storage rooms of the cleaning material where you will keep is to be maintained according to the standard operating procedures, because many of them have volatile liquids and a little bit of alcoholic content, and all are highly flammable material. So we have to be follow strictly the standard operating procedures of, say, storing these materials. And biomedical waste management, I told there are different kinds of bins are to be provided, and these bins will be like this. Red waste will go plastic and other related material, where either if the hospital has its own facility, it has to be autoclaved. Yellow will be for a general waste, infected waste, which will go for incineration either within the hospital or to the common facility. The black bag will have expired medicines, discarded medicine, and other kind of hazardous waste, and the blue container can have the general waste. So these are the different kinds of waste, and the waste handlers and also other sanitary workers need to be properly, healthcare facilities should be, their health should be checked, and they should be vaccinated periodically. And this is how they should have the personal protective equipment, that like gloves and also the aprons and also their masks, etc. And they will have these kind of trolleys for taking different kinds of waste from the wards and or the rooms or from the ICUs. And this is they have to be properly trained, why they are collecting, how they have to be collected, and once collected, where they have to go and keep these things. So these kind of this thing, if they don't have their own facility of disinfection by way of autoclave and also incineration, they have to give for the common facility, that is called common biomedical waste treatment facility. That is what is called as CBMWTF, common biomedical waste treatment facility. And that common waste facility to be authorized by the pollution control board of the respective state. And this is the waste management. They should have a dedicated area. General waste is to be kept separately, and this kind of hazardous waste or biomedical waste need to be kept separately. And their dedicated vehicle will come once in a day, and they will come and collect this waste separately, so that they will take it to the common facility and then disinfect according to the biomedical waste rules. That is a rule that every hospital, nursing home need to be followed. Even if it is a small clinic or nursing home or a pathological laboratory, all have to collect their syringes separately, soiled cotton or gases separately, and then they have to give to the common waste operator facility every day. So this is the green hospital concept and the implementation for the general awareness of the hospital managers, so that when tomorrow when you are joining in a hospital at a administration level, you should know what are all the kinds or how we can improve the sustainability in a hospital. So that is how this is to be done. So I think this presentation you will really be useful, whoever is going to take the hospital administration as a profession in your later on in your career. And I am told many of you are presently also working in the hospital. So what I have told or narrated might be helpful to you presently also for delivering or understanding your duties presently in a little bit more effective manner. Now, in a phased manner, I will try to cover in the next presentation how it can be actually implemented in a hospital. Steps involved in the planning and administration of how to implement any kind of green concept not only in an hospital, but also in any institution. Maybe it can be a college or an industry, or it can be in the university. So how it can be implemented, that I am trying to tell you. 1 second. Steps involved in the implementation of green concept. What is there? As I told, if you want to construct a hospital, you will have a blueprint of planning. In the blueprint of the planning itself, how you require, how much foundation is to be there, how many floors has to be constructed, and in each floor what will be there, where emergency will be there, where ICU will be there, where what will be there. Like that, in each and every concept of construction, right from purchase of the construction material, green building concepts need to go. How it will be located, how it should be, the green building concept itself is the building has to be designed in such a way so as to allow the natural ventilation and the natural lighting to a maximum extent possible. So, like that, from the beginning itself, the architect should be a green architect. There are number of architects, and also there are number of specialized architects who try to construct the same kind of hospital requirement with all facilities, with the maximum natural construction materials, without having any change. If you outwardly look, there will not be any change. But there are number of such green architects are also available. There are number of green building concepts are also available. If anyone want to have additional reading, please go to Terry Library, and then our Griha rating, GRIHA, Griha rated concepts are there. This is developed by the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and by the Terry. So that Terry has two book publication of part 1 and part 2, including the construction design, etc., and the construction materials, where it will be available, what will be the conventional cost, what will be the green material purchase cost. Like this, 2 volumes of Terry books are available. Whoever is interested, please purchase those things for your library and also for your personal reference. So right from the word go, have involve all the stakeholders, establish committee, right from purchase committee, design committee, estimate committee, and also actual purchase committee. One is planning committee. In each of this, involve all kind of people that will be there in the hospitals, like from doctors, nurses, paramedics, and also the accounts people, administration people. Because finance people, why you have to involve, they don't understand the green purchase policies. For them, the idea and mandate is it should have lesser cost, it should comply with the specification, and it should have the minimum cost. So you have to make them understand, if the particular product is going to be used electrically using the power for next 10 years, you should not give look at the initial cost only. They have to look at the 10-year energy consumption cost also. So this kind of training program like this need to be organized even for the accounts and finance people, so that they don't object to the purchase of green products. And also forced such kind of green seminars and events, call experts, engineers, architects, and also pollution control board people, and they will explain you better about the green building concepts and green purchase materials, whether it is disinfectant or any kind of cleaning agents. If locally made thing will be a replica of what is how branded things are there, but they will have high acid content or alkali content, which will go and pollute your soil, water, and also your wastewater treatment systems. So such kind of cheaper material alternative should not be purchased, and evolve strategic plan for all kind of recovery, whether it after proper treatment, whether it is packaging material, whether it is proper treatment of wastewater and STP water, and then disinfect it and reuse it. So these are some of the planning stage committees, and also establish or attend events, evolve strategy plans for recovery for each of the divisions. And the fifth one, make agreement with the authorized recyclers wherever required, like for non-disinfected packaging material, paper materials, packaging boards, and also disinfected and spore test conducted biomedical plastics. Pollution Control Board website, you go, all kind of authorized recyclers are available, and these materials, please ensure that you are giving to the authorized recycler only. In the process, even if any of the material is by chance accidentally contaminated, the risk of that disinfection of contaminated material will be taken care of by the authorized recycler. It will not go and contaminate the public again, and it will not create public health problem. And these are required as per the Pollution Control Board regulatory clearance requirement also. You have to give all these product to the authorized recyclers only. And within the organization, establish advisory committee for implementation, whether it is for energy or for water use or for waste disposal or for infection control committee. You have to have advisory committee for actual implementing things. And for each sector or at each strata, identify nodal officer, who will be the nodal doctor, who will be in the nursing nodal, who will be the paramedical nodal, who will be the sanitary nodal, who will be the nodal officer from accounts and administration, and from finance. So you have to have identify, assign the different roles and responsibilities, identify primary and secondary waste collection facilities also. Primary collection will be from the each source of generation, like it can be in the emergency or in the individual ward, or from the individual beds, or from the individual rooms. Secondary are collected and stored. And the next step is forced colorful display boards, so that in bilingual, so that not only with all kind of posters or pictures, so that everyone can be easily understand, and provide color coded bins for waste segregation, that I have already shown. And you have to create a lot of awareness, both to the staff, nurse, paramedics, and also to the general administration periodically. Because why I am saying this, many of you might have seen, or you might have migrated. The hospital and paramedics and nurse, these are one sector of people who frequently change jobs for want of higher position and higher revenue. This is not a bad thing. Everyone should go and do this. So that is the reason periodically you have to train, because you will be newly recruiting people. You cannot take a general stand that I have given my yearly one training, that is sufficient. 50% of the people would have left if you whoever has trained, and a new set of people would have come. So there can be an induction program for all the new recruits on all these kind of sustainable management practices. It can not only the waste management practices, but also resource management and all kind of management practices. And then divide the campus into sector and zones, and so that you can assign responsibilities easily. And also implement the notified rules, whether it is solid or liquid. Maximum rules are from the Pollution Control Board, like Biomedical Waste Management Rules, Environmental Protection Act, Air Pollution Control Act, Water Pollution Control Act, and you have to get clearance under the hazardous waste if you are storing also. And transportation of these waste material or resources to a secondary storage facility, where it can be stored and then given for disinfection to the common facility, or it can be segregated and then separated. If it is non-infected waste, it can be segregated and separated, and then kept and then given to the authorized recyclers, so that the hospital or the institution will get a huge amount of revenue. And I am giving you another piece of advice to all hospital administrators. You have to have a strict vigilance over the terminal place, the storage, and then kept separately, because maximum theft happens from this area only by your contract laborers or the lower staff. So if whoever is already in service and looking into hospital administration, for you people, I just want to give you a piece of advice: have strict vigilance and security cameras installed in the storage area, so that in the control room the supervisor can control maximum pilferage and theft happens from this particular area. So, and then the resource recovery, I told wherever possible you have to do, and identify entrepreneur and volunteer and innovators who can help you in these kind of policy matters, or who can advise you in implementing these things better, and record all observations. That will be helpful not only for you as at a personal level, but also for the institution where you are working, so that what happened last year, how they managed, how they are managing this year, so that how it can be better managed in the next year. This kind of perspective planning, how you, when you are doing it, this kind of record keeping will help you a lot. And you, for pollution control board or for hospital authorities or for energy consumption, you have to submit an annual report or 6 monthly report on a number of issues. So for that also record keeping is very much essential. And periodic subcommittee meeting, and also implement the community outreach activities. Why this is required? Because hospitals today are operating in a very thin profit margin, because the competition is heavy. So you have to sustain the operations, at the same time have a goodwill in the vicinity. So when you are having free eye cams, free health checkups, free blood checkups, and also free medical checkups in the vicinity, and also adapting the community parks or the gardens in your area, all these things, though it will not be the actual expenditure within the hospital premises, but it is a marketing exercise for, so that you can market in that area. And also, or if you are upkeeping the garden and this thing, whoever is visiting, they will have a goodwill for your particular institution. They have maintained this garden very well, and their services are very good. This kind of a general perception will be there, so that can be also taken into consideration for implementing these things. Water management, how you can do water treatment, water conservation, and record keeping and maintenance. Wherever possible, water treatment and reuse, you can do it. And also soil conservation and sustainable food production. The number of food items, and also the vegetable peeling, fruit, and also a number of organic materials are produced. They can be composted upon you using mechanical compost, or if you have enough space, you can have natural composting. And wherever possible, if you have adequate place, or you can create roof gardens. So that I have seen number of hospitals even in Chennai or in Coimbatore or in Delhi, they are having rooftop gardens, and they try to manage some portion of their vegetable purchase and fruit purchase from the rooftop garden in a big corporate hospitals. So whoever is working there already, or whoever is having an idea of moving to big corporate hospitals, you can keep these sustainable practices in mind, so that it will be giving an eye opener and enough idea for you. And also remember, this earth only is giving everything to us, so we have to take care of this earth. It is not my land, so I will put this thing to the neighbor's land. If the water and soil get contaminated, it goes into the plant and fruits and vegetables that you and me we eat. So there is a proverb in Tamil: what you sow, that you reap. வினை விதைத்தவன் திணை திணை விதைத்தவன் திணை அறுப்பான், வினை விதைத்தவன் வினை அறுப்பான். If you don't do good things, you will not get good things in back. So upkeeping our water and soil in the vicinity and also in within the premises, and ensuring its disinfection and proper treatment, and wherever possible reuse need to be done, not only for the regulatory requirement but also for the personal and professional satisfaction of one individuals. And many of you might be having this kind of thinking, so I am just trying to be a more catalyst for your thinking. And clean air wherever possible, have good indoor plants and also outdoor plants, native species. Don't give Arabian kind of uh, Arabian palm. I don't understand, around our airport and around our number of other places all these exotic variety of trees are planted. Are you have our own native tree? A tree is like a university. A tree is not a tree, it supports a micro ecosystem. Yeah, ants are there, number of insects are there for eating that insects, a number of other kind of bigger animals come, for that number of birds come, and all these droppings again enrich the soil, and it gives the organic content to the soil. And when you have many such trees, it transforms the micro environment, absorbs more humidity, and then ensures that adequate rainfall is also coming. So wherever possible, wherever you are going to work in future, please ensure that at least whenever possible you ensure tree plantation and its upkeeping. Or otherwise, if you cannot do on your own, at least join in the effort of some NGOs or some organization which does this tree plantation, which is the easiest thing we can do. Even if we cannot do in our own land, please support this activity. This will ensure enough oxygen production, and also it will absorb harmful pollutants, and also carbon sequestration will happen. This is one thing even highly educated people don't appreciate this. So I am giving you a piece of information. Please do this wherever you are going and working. And then energy conservation, I told, wherever possible renewable energy, recycling, and the energy efficient gadgets you can have, solar or wind energy, or CFL. For conventional bulb can be replaced by either CFL or LED. And wherever possible energy need to be conserved, and these things should be there. And again, energy audit can be done. Prevention and minimization should be our motto. And alternative and renewable energy wherever possible you have to use, and also record keeping and maintenance you have to do. And the sustainable waste resources, I told, organic solid waste, it can be converted into segregated and converted into manure. Very compact manure generating machines or manure making machines are there. Excel Industries or a number of other industries has a organic waste compost manufacturing machines are there. You can put all your organic or green waste or food waste, and then chop it, and then you can add certain kind of enzymes which they will give, and it within some stipulated time of 4 hours or 8 hours, it converts it into organic manure, or it can be used as soil conditioner. So without giving to the municipal authorities or to some private contractors, if you have enough space, you can do this, or you can do this even at the rooftop. It can be terrace wise also. You can have an area especially for waste management, and you can have first floor for general waste management, second floor for plastic and paper waste management, third floor for the organic waste management, where you can have these kind of things which can be there. And many CSR activities can also be taken up in this. And also kitchen waste, garden waste, farm waste, animal farm waste, slaughterhouse waste, fish market waste, vegetable market waste, and toilet waste. These are general, but within the hospital, what you is relevant to you is kitchen waste and garden waste, and if you have any farm waste. And also hostel also will generate huge kind of canteen and mess waste. that can also come here, and these can be converted into manure. And inorganic and other waste, paper waste, plastic waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, hazardous waste, and solid waste. This e-waste, biomedical waste, hazardous waste can have to be separately segregated, and then it needs to be given to the common authorized waste management facility operator. Each hospital, if you are already working, you might be knowing there will be one operator with a vehicle who will be coming to you at a designated time, and he will come and take all your biomedical waste in a red bag and a blue bag and yellow bag separately to his facility, so that you can disinfect. Whoever has observed this, take permission from within your institution and also from the operator. Go and visit the common facility also, so that you will have a better understanding of how the waste is collected from your premises and how it reaches the common facility. And you have to ensure periodically go, so that the common facility fellow also will have a check, external check. As pollution control board officers, we always visited these places from time to time, and for ensuring that they operate as per the prescribed norms. But as a client, you can also visit them and understand how each category of waste is segregated, separated, and then disinfected. Why plastics cannot be incinerated, everything, why it cannot be burnt? Because plastic contains chlorine compounds like polyvinyl chloride, etc., as additives. When the chlorine compounds, if it is not properly burnt at a specific temperature, it can release dioxin and furans, harmful gases, which is cancer causing. That is the reason the plastics need to be disinfected using autoclaves and not to be burnt. Plastic will be collected in yellow bags, and all other animal tissue waste that is generated from ICU or from operation theaters, those things have to be burnt in a red bag. So this need to be understood, and liquid waste need to be collected, treated properly. And a sustainable use of natural resources wherever possible, water, food, energy, and others, that needs to be concentrated. And then conclusion: who, how, what, when, where, and why. These are the questions of how to implement it. But if you have enough awareness, and from the first slide you plan it, then these questions are answered at every stage, and you will become the master of it, and you can start giving training to all other agencies which require to implement. What these ISO consultants do, they get aware of these concepts well, and they start going and implementing in hospitals like yours. For many things they may not be knowing, they will learn it from the employees. So conceptually you have to be aware, like programs on this. These are general guidelines only I have tried to cover. But if you have very good understanding of these things from the books and some other articles, you will have a much more better understanding on these things. And also, everything, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. So thank you very much for your patient listening on this particular this thing. And is other resource persons, how they address the students? Is it interactive? If you have any questions, I will take a little bit of 5 minutes of rest, then I will start another one or two presentations. Anyone? Susigaran, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How other resource persons, is it interactive or how it is?
Nice, sir. Interactive only.
Generally, இது இன்டராக்டிவா இல்ல வெறும் லெக்சர் சீரிஸ் மட்டும் தானா?
No, it is interactive only, sir.
So if give me some rest so that I will just respond to your queries. If you have any particular thing that you need to ask in any of the 3 presentations I have given, please go ahead and ask.
Okay, sir.
Any one of you? All of you are presently working in a hospital?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Acha, which hospital? In which
I was
hospital
in
you
I
are
was in
working?
abroad, sir, Gulf country. Even this
Okay.
waste management segregation, that bag colors are different.
Huh?
Waste management segregation bag colors are different in abroad. But
Yes, actually, that is, see, the concept has to be understood.
yes, sir.
How the waste need to be segregated and how it has to be disposed of.
Yes, sir.
Pan globe, if you see, there will be differences in the color coding practices.
Yes, sir.
Initially, when I just want to tell you, I was one of the founding officers from Delhi government who had been involved in the drafting of 1998 biomedical waste rules itself in the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Later on, we totally superseded that particular rules, and the present biomedical waste rule of 2016 had come. In the 1990 rules draft stage, we had 10 different codings and
Sir.
10 different bags. Later on, the experts, whoever had come from different hospitals, they had told when during the draft discussion stage, they had asked, sir, we can have 10 different kind of waste categories, but we will combine the mode of disposal. That is how you will see in the schedule of the biomedical waste rule, 10 different categories of waste will be there, but there will be only 2 or 3 mode of disposal, either incinerator or autoclaving or general waste disposal. That is how it is done. In other US you go, there is only one bag and the second is general bag. Why in US it is like that? Everything they put in a bag and they don't put it into the incinerator. Why it is so? Segregation at source level is labor intensive. For them, labor is costly, but they can afford to burn anything by giving any kind of technology and any cost. So they burn everything. It is called as red bag waste. So they put everything in the autoclave red bag and then give it to the incinerator. Whether that is correct or not, that is debatable. But why I am telling is there are different ways of disposal depending upon the economic development of the country, depending upon the labor availability in the country. So color coding is also a little bit different from country to country. I agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else? Anybody? Whoever is there, all of you are working presently in hospitals only? Tamil, Dilip, Sundar, Nivedita, Lavanya, Kamalanini. Anybody else? Anything you want to ask? Okay. Being MBA students, you know what is management? I just wanted to touch upon, but before doing so, I will show you some of the posters. I had given a number of reading materials already to your course coordinator. One Mr. Satish is there. I had given to him for distribution and circulation among the students. So I will show a number of posters in that. I will show some of them over here. Can anybody tell me how I can reduce the okay, here it is. Is it visible, this poster presently?
Yes, sir.
So see, these posters you get to see in some hospitals. If you are working in a very small hospital or a nursing home, you may not see these kind of posters. What are the common do's and don'ts? Segregate at the source is the key for biomedical waste separation, because you mixed the waste and then separate it. It is a total faulty procedure. Once the waste is mixed, all the waste becomes biomedical waste. So segregation at the source of generation is the key for biomedical waste management and infection control committees management. Being hospital administrators, you have to understand this key point. And these are some of the do's and don'ts that biomedical waste segregation at source, why it is to be done and how it is to be done. That is given, and it is very self-explanatory. Due to paucity of time, I am not going to go into it, but I will show you 10 or 12 posters so that you can see these things after collecting uh, this thing from your course coordinator. Okay, I will try to show the next poster. This is duties of the biomedical waste managers or biomedical waste management rules. What is the duty of the management and how the training is to be done, and how the waste collection bags are to be coded. So that why that coding is required, you can think it is very sophisticated, why India should need all these things. I am not asking to code each and every bag, even at a small nursing home or this thing. In a corporate hospital or in a big hospital, waste segregation should be done meticulously. If a particular internal quality control exercise also, if at a supervisory committee can open any particular bag and then see whether the waste is properly segregated or not. If not segregated, as an internal quality check and quality control mechanism, if you scan that bag barcode, you can identify which ward, which bed number, and for which shift this particular waste has come, and who are the personnel involved in this particular waste segregation, and you can call them separately and give them course correction measures. So for that kind of barcoding is required, and how it is to be stored, and safety of healthcare workers, and how the wastewater need to be managed, and what are the regulatory authorization that they have to take. So this is a second poster on biomedical waste management itself. And I will give you the third poster. This is in general on biomedical waste management. You can think in a hospital waste management, why I am concentrating on biomedical waste management. My dears, I am telling you, if a hospital doesn't do proper biomedical waste management and wastewater treatment and disposal, your hospital will get a bad name, and ultimately your business will be lost. You will become irrelevant. If you don't keep your internal and external environment properly clean, your brand value is lost. Moreover, no other regulatory authority can close the hospital, but hospital can be closed by pollution control authorities. So please ensure, because of these reasons, hospital upkeep and management and waste management, wastewater treatment are of utmost importance. And this is how each category of waste can be collected separately, and it has to be segregated, like glass, gloves and gadgets and how these two bottles, broken bottles, how these to be collected and how it has to be put into separate bins, and how this need to be given to the common operator that is given in this particular poster. Now there are other things like electronic waste management. Now I am coming to the electronic waste management. This is very thing I told. If the wastes are not managed properly, and if the waste is having toxic materials and heavy metals, it is having the characteristics of bioaccumulation and biomagnification. And the electronic waste has many such heavy metals, lead, cadmium, the kind of metals, and also precious metals like gold, silver, and platinum are there. And this contaminates not only soil, water, and also flora and fauna. It enters our food chain and food web, like how pesticide DDT has been traced in human milk. Like that, these heavy metal containing electronic waste, if it is not properly disposed of, it can cause contamination to the food chain and food web, and it can come back to us. And also remember, if these are not handled properly, as a human being, it causes occupational health and hazard when it lands up with local kabadiwala or local unauthorized unscientific recycler. So as a responsible citizen, as a responsible institution, or as a responsible hospital, you have to ensure that all these electronic waste, or after it completed its number of years of usage, you have to give it to the buyback mechanism, or you have to give it to the authorized electronic waste disposer, recycler. So what are the electronic waste? I have given the list, and how it has to be disposed of, I will show it in the next slide. And all the producers of electronic waste and also the manufacturers, how CSR is there. What is CSR? It is corporate social responsibility. Like this, EPR is there under plastic rule as well as under the electronic waste rule. What is EPR? Extended producer responsibility. Something is there on the producer, some responsibilities are cast upon on the major user also. So what are the things, how it has to be done? It is valid for 5 years. You have to apply for the CPCB for getting an authorization, and you should have a EPR policy, and you apply with that policy. CPCB will grant the this thing, and it is valid for a period of 5 years. And how much waste you are generating in per year, and how you are disposing it off, giving to the authorized recycler. That kind of annual report you should maintain, and you should submit to the local authority, state pollution control board, as well as to the central pollution control board. And you have to renew it once it is not there. So please understand, any electrical and electronic waste which is having an internal circuit is termed as electronic waste. And once it has done its waste, please do not give it to or throw it to any unauthorized people, because it can contaminate and affect the food chain and food web and water and soil, and it can come back to the vegetable and fruit which you and me are eating. So have this thing in mind, and then try to do it. And then you have a number of chemicals that are coming under the category of hazardous waste or hazardous chemicals. So as an occupier of the premises in a hospital, medical superintendent or director becomes a occupier according to the rule. You have to manage your hazardous waste with the principle of prevention, minimization, reuse, recycling, recovery, utilization. Why all rules emphasize on recycling and reuse is nothing but a circular economy. In a whole, and for a hospital, it will reduce your cost of operation, And once you appreciate, I repeatedly telling you all as a managers of hospital, cost of operation of hospital, O&M cost of your hospital comes down means you are going to reduce the cost of treatment. You hospitals are operating in wafer thin profit margins, and it will give you a branding. For example, a particular X hospital is there in Coimbatore. Everybody goes there. Why? They are giving their investigations and treatment at the lowest cost. How they could able to do it? They do everything in a sustainable way. And also they have a number of other business and industries also. They put their social entrepreneurship investment, and also they put their CSR investment into their own hospital. And there is another trust hospital in Coimbatore, which was installed 75 years before. How they are doing it in their social entrepreneurship from their all other avenues of business, foundry business, they have manufacturing business, they have educational institution, they have medical college. All this profit comes into education and re-education as a fifth son of their property. They had the eldest person who had this vision had only 4 sons. He created a trust and he divided his property into fifth son. He called it as the particular name trust. I am not naming the trust. And the fifth profit margin goes to the trust, and that trust invest in the social entrepreneurship and the CSR activities of the entire trust. So like this, occupier of the hospital has these kind of different responsibilities to ensure that you follow according to the standard operating procedures and the available routes. You have to label it properly, you have to give periodic training, and you have to educate the people. And also in case of any emergency, how you have to evacuate and how you have to manage that particular chemical spill or chemical fire that has happened. This is a hazardous waste management poster. Please ensure that you collect all these posters and get circulated for all the students, even whoever has not attended it. And hazardous waste characteristics. Many of you might have seen this particular thing in any industry, as in big corporate hospitals also, this particular postal. This is the flammability, reactivity, corrosivity, toxicity, depending upon the chemical nature of the particular chemical. The in case if it is spilled or an accident happened, the containment procedure will differ from each other depending upon the particular chemical characteristic of the infectious substance or the hazardous substance. I will give you a case study. All of you might have heard about Bhopal gas tragedy. Can anyone tell you what happened on Bhopal gas tragedy? What gas leaked? Any one of you? It was methyl isocyanate. It was an intermediary product for production of a particular pesticide. And that intermediary storage tank of methyl isocyanate broke because of the pressure control valve has gone out of order, and it was not properly maintained, and it got burst. And you know what was the antidote? Antidote was wetting a kerchief with water or a towel or any piece of cloth and putting it across your nose. This would have saved a number of lives. This happened in 1982, December 3rd and 4th. Valuable lives were lost, valuable cattle, animals were lost, and even today, congenital defect births are taking place in Bhopal. Why? They didn't know the simple nature of chemical nature of that particular chemical, and also they did not know what is the antidote in case of an accident or emergency. In hazardous chemical or hazardous waste management, The on-site emergency plan specifies these things. There is a particular data sheet called a MSDS data sheet. Please note down what is MSDS. Material Safety Data Sheet. What it has only 4 components. One, what is the chemical name and chemical formula. Number 2, what is the common name in local language. And number 3, what is the characteristic of that particular chemical. And number 4, in case of an emergency or a spill or a burst or a fire, how that needs to be handled, or how the people should be precaution taking, and how they have to be evacuated. These 4 details are mentioned in the MSDS sheet, Material Safety Data Sheet. If you go to a bigger industry, in each division or in each section of the industry, this MSDS sheet, as a matter of poster or in by way of a painting, it will be there in the entrance and in a number of other places. So that sheet is to be put in a hospital critical vulnerable areas where chemicals are stored, or in where that kind of risk identified areas are there. You have to put them in multiple languages, MSDS sheet. Please ensure as hospital managers. And another thing is different kinds of plastics and how it has to be disposed of. I will come to that. Categories of plastics. Categories of plastics. Plastic is one such thing. I am repeatedly telling, it will give you huge amount of revenue if you properly manage the plastics, disinfect it, and then segregate it from the general waste, and then waste autoclaving. In a hospital, whoever is working, you all know you have an autoclave. Generally, that autoclave is used for disinfecting your usable materials like cotton, gauze, and all your surgical equipments. If you want, you can install bigger autoclave and name it as waste autoclave. And then you can collect all your biomedical plastics, your IV set, cannula, catheter, all your biomedical plastics, which otherwise you collect and give it to the authorized recycler. You can have waste autoclave, you can disinfect, ensure disinfection using a microbiological spore test, which is specified in the biomedical waste rule, and then grade the plastics after disinfection, shred it so that it is not reused as such as IV set or cannula or catheter, but you shred it the plastic and give it to the authorized recycler. Remember, it will fetch you huge revenue. I will tell you an example of a corporate hospital in Delhi. That hospital is a 700 bedded hospital. I served both with the Delhi government as well as with Pondicherry government, so I know what has happened in both the places. That corporate hospital had 700 bedded, and they had come up with a 500 bedded international wing of medical tourism. So when that came, they came and asked, sir, we plan to install a much bigger waste autoclave and want to take care of our own segregated, disinfected autoclaving waste, so that we can use the plastic at our premises to a authorized recycler rather than giving to the common waste recycler. We examined their proposal in detail. We have seen the adequacy of land, and we have seen the adequacy of their waste autoclave capacity, and then we gave permission. You will not believe that the plastic hospital, after disinfection, spore testing, shredding, to whom they are selling, that particular waste recycler was giving total free of sanitation contract to the hospital of 1,200 bed free of cost, including cleaning agents and cleaning materials, and also the sanitation labor manpower. Can you imagine what he got in return? He got disinfected plastic, shredded, graded plastic only. Every year he gives free service to just 1200 bed hospitals free of cost. That much of revenue you can earn from the disinfected biomedical plastics alone. But you have to put a dedicated team for disinfection, ensuring, and also shredding, and then giving to the recycler. You will face a lot of problem to begin with, because business as usual scenario, your own sanitary in charge and also the common biomedical waste operator might be having hand in glove understanding with each other, and they will be having a unaccounted revenue sharing in plastic disposal alone. So they will put all kind of impediments and hard problems for you to change it over. But as managers, you understand lakhs and lakhs of revenue of disinfected plastic is going out because you don't disinfect it. If you properly disinfect it every month, you will save lakhs and lakhs of rupees by only selling of these recycled plastics. Only thing, you have to take pollution control board into confidence, put a dedicated team for disinfection, and then ensure everything is computer controlled and shredding is done under careful supervision of cameras, and then you disinfect it. You will come over these initial impediments, and you can, your hospital can earn huge amount of revenue. If as individual officers you have put forth this plan in perspective plan and then implement it, I am quite sure all of you will get a good promotion also. So this is the plastic story. And then why this is not coming, I don't know, like it has a number of plastics, this is not coming down. I will try again once again. See, this is a polyethylene, polypropylene, high density polyethylene, low density polyethylene, polyvinyl chloride, polypropylene. These are some of the different categories of polystyrene. These are various categories of plastic. Each has to be named separately, each has to be collected separately. Even for disposal, when you are giving to the common facility, they will disinfect and then segregate, and then they will make revenue out of it, which if you plan and put a perspective plan for plastic disinfection and then shredding and then reuse, hospital as an institution can earn huge amount of revenue. So please take this idea with you when you go and implement any plan in the hospital. There are some more this thing which I will try to give. The latest another one is, what are the options for plastic waste disposal once it is segregated? See, collection of unorganized sector and unauthorized waste pickers, what they do, they only segregate using recycled plastic and unutilizable plastic. It can be as such disinfected and used. But I don't advise this particular as such utilizable plastic, because from the hospital premises, there is always a risk of carrying out, even if you do meticulous disinfection also. So you have to ensure you greatly separate the plastics, and then ensure segregation and then chopping off. That is called, technically it is called as chopper. You have to disinfect and then shredder. and then kind of reuse the plastic. It can be converted into a number of product. It can be used for heat generation by burning it. It can be used with the hot mix in a percentage of 7 to 10%, and then you can lay the roads, and then it can be converted into fuel oils, and a number of material recovery can also happen. This particular slide depicts about those things. And last one or two this thing is there. I will complete that, and then we will finish off today, and then later on we will cover some more topics for tomorrow. And this is various kind of hazardous waste that is generated, and what are the responsibilities of hazardous waste. This is like another poster you might have seen. What is the waste, this thing of biomedical waste generated like this occupier hazardous waste, how it has to be done, that is this particular poster. And this is another common waste which hospital will have. This is called a municipal solid waste. This also you can do it much effective way if you segregate it. Wet organic waste, I told you can collect it separately and then put it in a separate bin, and then it can go to the compost. If you are doing composting or biomethanation within your own place, you can do that. So that will help a lot to ensure that you don't burden the already overburdened municipality system. If you have enough space, even this kind of wet waste can be done in a terraced manner. If you have a separate yard with 3 floors open, you can do all kind of waste management. You can do paper and packaging management, you can do solid waste, green waste management, and you can do plastic waste management. So that is how you can do it, and you segregation is the key. Whether you do it and then send it to the place of common management, or otherwise you can recover the materials and then do it, and then you can do compost, or you can give it to the common facility. This is the awareness creation posters. This you have it, it will be useful for your lifetime. These are very comprehensive posters. It will be very much useful for your lifetimes. And this is another poster on municipal solid waste. Do's and don'ts. The rules and the provisions of the rules can change a little bit here and there in the coming years, but the principle of all these posters will remain the same. The responsibilities of all your rules also will remain the same. So these are some of the do's and don'ts of municipal solid waste while handling, how you have to do it, how you should not do it. Like always hand over the segregated waste to the authorized waste picker. Wrap securely the sanitary waste before putting it, and also any sharp objects like blade or broken blade or broken knife or broken glass piece, these also need to be properly sealed and packed before putting into the bin. Please understand, the sanitary workers and the rag pickers who handle these waste are also human beings, and they are also risk and injury prone while handling unsealed such sharp objects. And also these are always frequented by many animals also, the waste landfills, and all the animals, if they come across, they are also at risk of losing their lives or getting injured. And also avoid generation of solid waste as far as possible. One thing I will tell you, all managers today, eliminate in a phased manner in your hospital or institution packed drinking water. Remember, packaged drinking water don't produce plastic water, they produce packaged plastics. Water is there, only you have to disinfect it. Why you have to pay for a plastic bottle along with water? That is why in railway stations and in other public places now, in Chennai, in other places, they have started installing the disinfected water. If you have bottle, you can go and fill it and pay only for the water. So as an institution, keep disinfected, ensure disinfection of drinking water, and have glasses and water containers. And please, in all functions also, avoid plastic packaged waters, and you can conduct your functions in an eco-friendly manner. Tomorrow I will cover eco-friendly functions alone in within the hospital or in any other institutions. It will be useful for you in a long way. And store wet waste in a covered container so that animals are that microbes are don't come out, and then it needs to be cleared within 12 hours to its ultimate destination, otherwise it will be problem. And encourage community based composting for waste management and wet organic waste. And these are some of the do's, and like this on the other side it is talking about the don'ts. So these are self explanatory, you can see for yourself and then get enlightened and be aware of it. I will see whether I have missed any other poster. The latest one is, like construction and demolition waste. Any waste that is arising out of the construction and demolition need to be addressed properly and managed properly. Why? Some are harmful to the environment, soil and water, and the second is to ensure the circular economy. The circular economy concept is nothing but who is the best practitioner of circular economy according to me is our mother and grandmother in olden days, not the present day mothers. In olden days, our grandmother, they will not waste even a single thing. Remember, I am talking about the age when refrigerators were not there at home. They knew the traditional way of cooking. They know how to store it for the next day if it has to be stored, and they converted always the food or the cloth or the any other articles within the house into another value added article which can be used. They are the best people for circular economy. The problem is today with the advancement of so-called technology and automation, we stopped thinking. We stopped using our common sense. We stopped thinking what our ancestors did for these problems. So, in the same way, construction and demolition waste also has a number of items that can be recycled and reused. For regulating that with the idea of ensuring circular economy, this way rule has been enacted under Environmental Protection Act. They have to collect each and then again segregate it at a common place. Steel separately, mortar separately, cement separately, and any other binding wire separately, different kind of steel rods separately, and each can be reused or recycled after proper treatment and pulverization. It can go as a additive to the construction material itself. So this is waste is not wasted. Waste is not a waste unless it is wasted. Who is wasting it? We are wasting it. So only thing, this kind of awareness need to be there. Then you will have all kind of solutions to our problems. So this is the poster on construction and demolition waste. And this is what are the options of construction and demolition waste. This kind of this today, in Gujarat and in Bombay, the steel industry produces huge quantity of slag. Whoever has worked or come and know about steel industry, you understand what is slag. Slag is the particles, fine particles, are the spring of particles which arise out of the steel industry after steel's main raw material usage. So these are pulverized, or these are cut into small particles of iron related compounds, and these are, after enough research by Road Council, Indian Road Council, and the Central Building Construction Institute, and other number of places, it is used and laid along with the coal tar, and steel slag roads are going to be the national highway and highways in India very shortly. Many roads have been constructed already, and in Bombay and Gujarat, and also in Delhi, and in some other places. And I think most of you are from Tamil Nadu and related South India. For your information, many of you may be knowing there is a plastic man in South India. Do you know who he is? He is Professor Vasudevan. He is Professor Vasudevan of Tyagarajar Engineering College, Madurai. He is the inventor of the technology of making mix of plastics in a percentage so that the roads can be laid. He is called Plastic Man, and he got Padma Shri for this particular invention also. If you have not heard it or read about him or his technology, please read about him. He is such an inspirational figure for how to convert the waste into value added products. So like this, these kind of materials will come out of the wood, bricks, concrete, and other products, metals and ferrous non-metals, and also roof related cardboards, plastic, soil, etc. All these can be made into small pieces like mechanization like this, and then it can be again put into various use like fine particles or coarse particles, or like small pellets, and it can be used for different manufacturing of pavement bricks or pavement blocks or drain covers or hollow blocks. So these are being done, and being in the planning stage itself, these products you identify the source of supplier and keep your list ready, so that whenever you have construction coming up or you are expanding your construction, you can have maximum amount of recycled products, so that you can, hospitals are now branded under NABL or JCI or from many other such ISOs. You can tell that 90% of our materials used are eco-friendly or recycled products, and all these things count a lot in your branding exercise, and it gives you cutting edge in the competitive business environment also. So these are some of the ideas with the circular economy and also recycling at the basic principle of without losing that disinfection and also the proper disposal. So I think I have covered literally all the categories of posters. To ensure, I am just seeing whether I have not covered any posters. I think I have covered all posters. Now I will just end with only one more thing. There is something called, like I don't know whether this is getting. I can present this. There is something called Indian Green Building Council. I don't know how many of you are aware. This is a council situated in Hyderabad and also in other places. This is having a 4-page bulletin on technical bulletin on green hospitals. How one can make a hospital green, what are the concepts, what are the principles, Like I have taken from many places my reference presentations, but some may be from here also. What are the focus areas of hospital design, from the lighting and also ventilation and benefits, how it is done, and also in the second page, how the if you have natural type of rooms, how the lighting can help, and the natural lighting itself will be sufficient for that, and passive design and passive electrical appliances also you can sensor based you can install, and also green housekeeping. I told purchasing of local herbal based cleaning and disinfection people, and also having proper absorbing of pollutant and dust particles within the hospital environment. This is the third concept, and fourth concept is keeping your vicinity green, and also having all kind of waste disposal and treatment system. So this is some basic principle of IGBC newsletter, and then they have a number of conference, and they have given different kinds of hospital, how it is done with natural lighting and natural usage of materials, all these things. So your hospital, if you plan it proper way from the word go, you can have the cutting edge by having IGBC rating. They have platinum rating, gold rating, different kind of such rating is there in Confederation of Indian Industry and IGBC in collaboration. So you can go through this as a reading material. I have given and circulate, asked the organizers to circulate to all the participants, and I think we are nearing almost say 2 hours now, and if there is any small interaction, if it is there, I am ready to give any clarification, or otherwise we will again see most of you on tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Any other clarification or anything else that you want to know about hospital waste management or hospital management per se, you let me know. I will try to cover that also tomorrow. Anything is required, Susikaran?
Oh, nothing, sir. Okay, sir. Everything clear. Fine, sir.
Where are you working?
I was in Muscat, sir. Now I just came off.
Acha, came up, and for
At present,
equipping yourself, you have joined this particular
yes,
course.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What about any other person? Okay, in the chat box, I am leaving my email ID as well. So if anybody wants to communicate with me at an individual level or seek any clarification after this class is over, also, you are welcome, and thank you very much. And at the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to um, the director of this particular program, and also the deputy director, and also the course coordinator, and also to Dr. Gopal, who has asked me and requested me to come here and have this particular session dedicated to this hospital management of Unit 1. So, if tomorrow I will try to cover something on biomedical waste management and handling rules in general, and also try to cover in a management per se, what are all the important things that one has to look into. So these two things I will try to cover tomorrow, and then if any one of you need any particular thing uh, beyond these two topics, please let me know, so that I will try to cover that also tomorrow. Okay, I will just check up with the organizers whether I can finish it off once again. Almost I am through with today's lecture. Can I close it, or somebody else will join now? Mine is 2 hours only, no? Acha, some more resource person will be there. They will be joining shortly. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So thank you. I am going to log out, but I would like to know more about this course from any one of you till next resource person joins. Susigaran, you are in the 3rd semester now.
Yes, sir.
Acha, what are all the things that has been taught to you previously?
Sir, architecture and planning,
Okay.
and then healthcare system.
Uh,
Now you are covering this
anybody
service
anybody
segregations.
covered waste management?
No, sir. No, sir. You are only
So
starting
that
off.
is the reason when I discussed with Dr. Gopal, I told probably nobody might be touching waste management, but in today's world, waste management is very important, and it is a more. I think I was little bit out of network, so I now connected with hotspot. Susigaran, and
Sir,
what else you want me to cover maybe tomorrow other than biomedical waste rules I will cover, and per se in a management, what are all the things that one should be concentrating on? Yeah, management, I call it as management mantra. So
okay,
I
sir.
will cover those 2 or 3 presentation. What else you want me to cover?
So, okay, sir. But actually, this your chapter is coming under third paper or fourth paper, I think.
uh,
Uh,
if you want, I can cover little bit on the circular economy also, the
okay,
quantum
sir.
of circular economy value products that are there. Because like introduction, theoretical framework, environment, internal and external, environmental scanning, economic environment, natural environment, political legal environment, socio cultural environment, international and technological environment. These are the topics in unit 1. So I will try to cover the circular economy, and maybe little bit of socio political economy, and also the biomedical waste rules, and also the management mantra. So I will try to cover half an hour each for these 4 topics, and then I will be through with 2 hours tomorrow also.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very
Thank
much
you,
for
sir.
all
Thanks a
others
lot.
also. Always try to be more interactive. Then that makes resource person also more interesting way. We can also teach. Otherwise, talking only to 1 or 2 persons who are there, it will not be there. If language is a constraint, you can speak in your local language also. I know Tamil, I know Kannada, I know Hindi, I know Malayalam also. So you can talk in any language. If English is a little bit of a problem to you. Okay. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 10. Bye.
Nice, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. G. Hamsaveni. Previous class, we saw about diseases, definition, classification of diseases, reservoir, and mode of transmission. Now, how these diseases are prevented, that is, infection control and medical asepsis. Today, we will look into sterilization and disinfection. Before entering into the topic, we should know certain terminologies. What do you mean by sterilization? Anyone can define sterilization? Anyone can define sterilization? Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sterilization, it is defined as the process by which an article, surface, or medium is freed of all living microorganisms, either in the vegetative or spore state. Disinfection is the destruction or removal of all pathogenic organism or organism capable of giving rise to infection. So, sterilization is nothing but all living microorganism, even a vegetative as well as spore state, is being destroyed. In disinfection, only the pathogenic organism is being destroyed. Asepsis, it is the term used to indicate the prevention of infection, usually by inhibiting the growth of bacteria in wounds or tissue. Antiseptic is a chemical disinfectant that can be safely applied on the skin or mucous membrane and are used to prevent infection by inhibiting the growth of bacteria. Bactericidal agent. These are agents that will kill bacteria. Bacteriostatic agent. It prevents the multiplication of bacteria, which may, however, remain alive. A chemical which is bactericidal at a particular concentration may only be bacteriostatic at higher dilution. Decontamination, it is the process of rendering an article or area free of damage from contaminants, including microbial, chemical, radioactive, and other hazards. Cleaning is nothing but a preparatory role before sterilization or disinfection by removing soil and other dirt and reducing the microbial burden, making sterilization more effective. So these sterilization are classified based on how much the articles are being soiled. It is classified as critical item, semi-critical items, and non-critical item. Critical items are those which enter sterile tissue or the vascular system and pose a high risk of infection to the patient. Example, surgical instruments, cardiac catheter, implants, etc. They must be sterilized by autoclaving if heat stable or with ethylene oxide or hydrogen peroxide gas plasma if heat sensitive. Coming to semi-critical item, article which come in contact with mucous membrane or non-intact skin are called semi-critical item and they require high-level disinfection. Butyraldehyde is the most common used high-level disinfectant. For example, if any endoscope or bronchoscope commonly undergo only high-level disinfection between patients. Some semi-critical items like thermometers, BP cuff for neonates require only intermediate level disinfection. This is done by treatment with alcohol, as the article may not be compatible with glutaraldehyde. Coming to non-critical item, these items come in contact with intact skin but not mucous membrane. For example, bedpans, patient bedpans, BP cuff, bedside tables, bed rails. They can be cleaned or treated with low-level disinfectant as they carry no risk of transmitting microorganisms to the patients directly. What are all the levels of disinfectant? There are 3 levels of disinfectant. One is high-level disinfectant, next one is intermediate level disinfectant, and last is low-level disinfectant. In high-level disinfectant, a chemical that kills all microbial pathogens except large number of spores. They may have some activity against a smaller number of spores if the contact time is increased. For example, glutaraldehyde and hydrogen peroxide. Intermediate level disinfectant, a chemical that kills all microbial pathogens, including mycobacteria and non-enveloped viruses except spores. For example, alcohol, phenolic compound, and iodophores. Low-level disinfectant, a chemical that kills only vegetative bacteria, fungi, and lipid-enveloped virus. For example, quaternary ammonium compound. So, in high-level disinfectant, it kills all organisms, even small spores also. In intermediate, it kills only the mycobacteria, all microbial pathogens, that is mycobacteria, non-enveloped viruses, except spores. In low level, it will kill only the vegetative bacteria, fungi, and lipid-enveloped viruses. Coming to sterilization agent, there are physical agent and chemical agent. In physical agent, mainly sunlight, drying, dry heat, and then moist heat, filtration, radiation, ultrasonic and sonic vibrations. And in chemical agents, it is alcohol, aldehyde, dyes, halogens, phenols, surface active agents, metallic salt, gases, etc. So in dry heat, it is again divided into flaming, incineration, and hot air. And in moist heat, it is pasteurization, boiling, steam under normal pressure, and steam under pressure. And in filtration, it is candles, asbestos pads, and membranes. Coming to chemical agents. Chemical agents like alcohol. Alcohol as ethyl alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, trichlorobutanol. And in aldehyde, it is formaldehyde and glutaraldehyde. And then dyes, halogens, phenols, surface active agents, metallic salts, and gases like ethylene oxide, formaldehyde, and beta-propiolactone. Coming to physical agents, sunlight. Sunlight possesses appreciable bactericidal activity and plays an important role in spontaneous sterilization that occur under natural conditions. The action is primarily due to its ultraviolet rays, most of which, however, are screened out by glass and the presence of ozone in the outer region of atmosphere. Under natural conditions, its sterilizing power varies according to circumstances. Direct sunlight, as in tropical countries, where it is not filtered off by impurities in the atmosphere, has an active germicidal effect due to combined effect of ultraviolet and heat rays. Semple and Grieg showed that in India, typhoid bacilli exposed to the sun on pieces of white drill cloth were killed in 2 hours, whereas control kept in dark were still alive after 6 days. So bacteria suspended in water are readily destroyed by exposure to sunlight. Coming to drying. Moisture is essential for the growth of bacteria. 4/5 of weight of bacterial cell is due to water. Drying in air has therefore a deleterious effect on many bacteria. Spores are usually unaffected by drying. Coming to heat, There are two types of heat. One is dry heat and another one is moist heat. So heat is considered to be most reliable method of sterilization of article that can withstand heat. Heat acts by oxidative effect as well as denaturation and coagulation of protein. What are all the factors affecting sterilization by heat? One is nature of heat, next is temperature and time, next is number of microorganisms, next is nature of microorganisms. What is the main mechanism of heat? One is in dry heat, the mechanism is by protein denaturation, oxidative damage, and the toxic effect of elevated levels of electrolyte. And in moist heat, it is mainly by denaturation and coagulation of protein. The time required for sterilization is inversely proportional to the temperature of exposure and can be expressed as thermal death time. So, which is nothing but a minimum time required to kill a suspension of organism at a predetermined temperature in a specified environment. So, thermal death time is nothing but a minimum time which is required to kill a suspension of organism that is predetermined in a predetermined temperature at a specified environment. Okay, coming to dry heat. Dry heat is again classified as red hot, flaming, hot air oven, incineration. Coming to red hot, exposures of wires and forceps to the Bunsen flame until it became red hot, then cool down and use. It is mainly used for loops, forceps, and metal rods. Flaming, it is slowly passing off an object to a Bunsen flame. It will reduce the number of microorganisms. It is mainly used for sterilization of the mouth of bottle, flask, containers, and test tube, smear slider, etc. An inoculating loop or wire, the tip of forceps, shearing spatula are usually held in the Bunsen flame till they become red hot. And then the inoculation loop carrying infective material may be dipped in a disinfectant before flaming to prevent spattering. This is a Bunsen flame and they are flaming the slides. Coming to hot air oven. This is the most widely used method of sterilization by dry heat and it has two temperatures that is called the holding period. The holding period of 160 degree Celsius for 2 hours. No, so for 60 minutes and 180 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. This is the thermal death time. So thermal death time is nothing but the time required for sterilization is inversely proportional to the temperature of exposure. Okay, it will kill, that is the minimum time required to kill a microorganism. This instrument consists of a heater and an oven. It is mainly used for sand powder, metals, glasses, etc. The holding period of 160 degrees Celsius for 60 minutes is mainly used to sterilize glasswares, forceps, scissors, scalpels, all glass syringes, swabs, and some pharmaceutical products such as liquid paraffin, dusting powder, fats and grease, etc. Hot air is a bad conductor of heat and its preventing power is low. The oven is usually heated by electricity with heating element in the wall of the chamber. It must be fitted with a fan to ensure even distribution of air and elimination of air pocket. And a very important point is it should not be overloaded. The material should be arranged so that it allow free circulation of air in between the object. So glassware should be perfectly dry before being placed in the oven. Test tubes and flask should be wrapped in papers. And rubber material except silicone rubber will not withstand the temperature. So at 180 degrees Celsius, cotton plugs may be charred. Cutting instruments such as ophthalmic surgery instruments should ideally be sterilized for 2 hours at 150 degrees Celsius. The oven must be allowed to cool slowly for about 2 hours before the door is open, since the glassware may crack due to sudden or uneven cooling. Coming to incineration. Incineration, it is an excellent method for safely destroying material such as contaminated cloth, animal carcasses, and pathological material. Plastics such as PVC pipes and polythene can be dealt with similarly, but polystyrene material emit clouds of dense smoke and hence should be autoclaved in appropriate container. So, treating of an object to heating over 250 until become black. So that till the black smoke comes, it should be heated. In hot air oven, there are some sterilization control. One is physical. Physical is temperature monitoring and thermocouple. Chemical, a brownies tube is available for dry heat. Brownies tube is also known as green spot and is convenient for routine use. After proper sterilization, a green color is produced. After 60 minutes at 160 degrees Celsius or 115 minutes at 150 degrees Celsius. If this green color appeared, then the sterilization is good. Coming to biological control, the spores of non-toxigenic strain of Clostridium tetani or Bacillus subtilis subspecies are used as microbiological test of dry heat efficiency. Paper strips impregnated with 10^6 spores are placed in envelopes and inserted into shootable packs. After sterilization, the strips are removed and inoculated into thioglycolate or cooked meat media and incubated for sterility test under strict anaerobic condition for 5 days at 37 degrees Celsius. So, there are 3 sterilization control in hot air oven. One is physical, next is chemical, and last one is biological. Physical is temperature control, monitoring, and thermocouple. Chemical is brownies tube. A green color indicates good sterilization. And last is biological. In this, the spores of Clostridium tetani or Bacillus subtilis is used for dry heat efficiency. Coming to moist heat, moist is classified into less than 100 degrees Celsius, at 100 degrees Celsius, and above 100 degrees Celsius. First, coming to temperature below 100 degrees Celsius. One is pasteurization and next is vaccination. And temperature at 100 degrees Celsius, one is boiling, next one is steam at atmospheric pressure, next is steam under pressure. And above 100 degrees Celsius, it is mainly autoclave. Coming to temperature below 100 degrees Celsius, pasteurization of milk. There are two methods of milk pasteurization. One is holding method and next is flash method. Holding method is 65 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes and next is flash method, that is 72 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds. The milk is heated at either 65 degrees Celsius. Sorry, this is not 65, this is 63. 63 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes or 72 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes, followed by cooling quickly to 13 degrees Celsius or lower. By these processes, all non-sporing pathogens such as Mycobacteria, Brucella, Salmonella are destroyed. Coxella burnetii is relatively heat resistant and may survive the Holder method. And next is preparation of vaccine. Vaccines of non-sporing bacteria are heat inactivated in special vaccine bath at 60 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. Serum or body fluids containing coagulable protein can be sterilized by heating for 1 hour at 56 degrees Celsius in a water bath on several successive days. And then media such as LJ medium, which is used, and also Loeffler's serum, that are all used for mycobacterial TB, are rendered sterile by heating at 80 to 85 degrees Celsius for half an hour on 3 successive days in an inspector. Though practically all mesophilic non-sporing bacteria are killed by exposure to moist heat at 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Staph aureus and Streptococcus faecalis require 60 minutes. And in 80 degrees Celsius, even 5 to 10 minutes, it will destroy all bacterial yeast and also molds. Among them, most resistant cells is Clostridium botulinum, which require 120 degrees Celsius for 4 minutes or 100 degrees Celsius for 330 minutes. And then most viruses are inactivated very rapidly at 60 degrees Celsius. And some are resistant, like polio, hepatitis B virus, which may survive for 30 minutes and over 10 hours respectively at this temperature. So, in this, the main point is one is holding method and next one is flash method. Holding method is 63 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes and flash method is 72 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds. And then you have to rapidly cool to 13 degree or lower. For vaccine preparation, it is heated by 56 degrees Celsius for 30 to 60 minutes. Coming to temperature at 100 degrees Celsius, one is steaming and next one is boiling. Steaming, there are two methods. One is steam at atmospheric pressure and next one is steam under pressure. Steam at atmospheric pressure, an atmosphere of free steam is used to sterilize culture media which may decompose if subjected to higher temperature. This is an inexpensive method. In this, a single exposure of 90 minutes usually ensures sterilization, but for media containing sugars or gelatin, 100 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes on 3 successive days is used. This is known as tyndallization or intermittent sterilization because it is used daily for 3 successive days. We are sterilizing the media. So it is known as intermittent sterilization or tyndallization. Next, coming to steam under pressure. In this, the principle of autoclave or steam sterilizer is used. That is, when pressure inside a closed vessel increases, the temperature at which water boils also increases. So when steam comes into contact with the cooler surface, it condenses to water and gives up its latent heat to that surface. So sterilization by steam under pressure is carried out at temperature between 108 degrees Celsius and 147 degrees Celsius. By using the appropriate temperature and time, a variety of materials such as dressings, instruments, laboratory ware, media, pharmaceutical products, drugs can be sterilized. Aqueous solution are sterilized between 108 and 126 degrees Celsius. Heat is conducted through the walls of the sealed container until the temperature of the fluid inside is the same as that of steam outside. There are several types of steam sterilizer. One is laboratory autoclave. Next is hospital dressing sterilizer. Next is bowl and instrument sterilizer. And next is rapid cooling sterilizer. Even the domestic pressure cooker can be used as a sterilizer. Coming to boiling. Boiling water is the most common form of application of moist heat, but is not capable of killing endospore or killing all viruses. Usually boiling at 100 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Boiling is not recommended for sterilization of instruments, surgical procedures, and should be regarded only as a means of disinfection. Hot waters should not be used for boiling. Sterilization may be promoted by the addition of 2% sodium bicarbonate to the water. In case where boiling is considered adequate, the material should be immersed in the water and boiled for 10 to 30 minutes. The lid of the sterilizer should not be opened during the period. There is one test for boiling plate test. It is a pure culture of a single microorganism is grown in a broth. Divide the plate into 6 parts, 0, 5, 15, 30, 45 and 60 minutes. Culture the organism on 0 part. Incubate the culture tube in water bath for 100 degrees Celsius. After 5 minutes, culture organism in 5 part and so on until you complete 1 hour. And then again incubate for 24 hours. That will give a boiling plate test. Coming to above 100 degrees Celsius, that is autoclave. Depends on steam and pressure. Steam is an hot air able to penetrate through things. Pressure will rise the temperature from 100 degrees Celsius to 121 degrees Celsius. Moist heat is more effective than dry heat at a given temperature or length of exposure, and also more penetrating than dry heat. It may complete killing of bacteria and their spores, fungi and their spores, parasite, viruses including enveloped and non-enveloped viruses. And the thermal death point or thermal death time is 121 degrees Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes. And in flash autoclaving, it is 134 degrees Celsius for 4 to 5 minutes. The defect in this type of autoclave is this: one, air discharge is inefficient, and it is difficult to decide when the discharge is complete. If the air is not completely removed, the desired temperature will not be attained. Next one is there is no facility for drying the load after sterilization and before taking it out. And next is vacuum sterilizer, however, do not have this disadvantage. They usually have automatic cycle control. The domestic pressure cooker serves as a miniature autoclave and may be used for sterilizing small articles in clinics and similar establishments. A wide variety of autoclaves have been manufactured, incorporating various devices for overcoming these defects and other operational difficulties. The advantage of autoclave is temperature more than 100 degrees Celsius, so it kills all spores. And then condensation of steam generates extra heat. The condensation also allows the steam to penetrate rapidly into porous material. So for all invasive procedure at operating rooms or clinic, autoclave equipments should be used. So coming to indicators, physical is Again, the temperature and the pressure monitoring gauge and thermocouple. Chemical, one is autoclave tape, otherwise known as Brown's tube, green spot or chemical indicator are available and it is convenient for routine use. And next is Bowie's dick tape are used to treat the vacuum obtained in the equipment. And coming to biological indicator, for determining the efficacy of moist heat sterilization, spores of Bacillus styrothermophilus, that is spore strip, are used to test organism. This is a thermophilic organism with an optimum growth temperature of 55 to 60 degrees Celsius, and its spores require an exposure of 12 minutes at 121 degrees Celsius to be killed. Paper strip impregnated with 10^6 spores are dried at room temperature and placed in paper envelope. These envelopes are inserted in different parts of the load. After sterilization, the strips are inoculated into a suitable recovering media and incubated for sterility test at 55 degrees Celsius for 5 days. Now there are many rapid tests are also available. Coming to radiations. Sterilization by radiation kill microbes by causing mutation to the cellular protein and disrupting cellular elements. There are two types of radiation. One is ionizing and next one is non-ionizing radiation. Non-ionizing radiation is nothing but ultraviolet radiation. And also infrared radiation is also a non-ionizing radiation. So it is a low energy type. Whereas ionizing radiation or high energy type. And this is a gamma rays. Non-ionizing radiation, here the electromagnetic rays with wavelength longer than those of visible light are used. So low energy rays. These are to be large extent observed as heat. Hence, infrared radiation can be considered a form of hot air sterilization. Infrared radiation is used for rapid mass sterilization of pre-packed items such as syringes, catheters, etc. And then ultraviolet radiation is used for disinfecting operating theaters, entryways, and also laboratories. Coming to ionizing radiation, these are gamma rays and they are high energy rays, and also X-rays, cosmic rays, etc. They have very high penetrating power. Since there is no appreciable increase in temperature in this method, it is referred to as cold sterilization. Commercial plants use gamma radiation for sterilization items like plastics, syringes, swabs, catheters, animal feeds, cardboards, oils, greases, fabric, and metal foil. High energy electron radiation as a method of sterilization is not widely used in medicine. So cold sterilization is very important. It's a process in which sterilization is carried out at low temperature with the help of chemical, radiation, membrane, and other means, excluding high temperature. Coming to filtration. Sterilization by mechanical removal of pathogenic microorganism by passing through brain viruses according to their small size. The pore size is less than 0.45 micrometer, used for sterilization of heat sensitive fluid like serum, glucose, urea, and amino acids. So there are some types of filters. One is candle filter, next is asbestos filter, next is sintered glass filter, next is membrane filter. In candle filter, there are again divided into two types. One is unglazed ceramic filter and diatomaceous earth filter. And next is asbestos filter. They have high absorbing capacity and tend to alkalinize filtered liquid. And next is sintered glass filter. They are low absorptive property and can be cleaned easily but are brittle, and also they are expensive. And last is membrane filter. They are generally used in water purification, etc. So, what are all the physical methods of sterilization? One is sunlight, next is drying, and next is heat. And heat is again divided into dry heat and moist heat. And next is, in dry heat, it is again divided into incineration, red hot, flaming, and hot air oven. And in moist heat, it is classified as temperature below 100 degrees Celsius, at 100 degrees Celsius, and temperature above 100 degrees Celsius. In temperature below 100 degrees Celsius, it is mainly pasteurization of milk. And temperature at 100 degrees Celsius, it is boiling, steam at atmospheric pressure, and steam under pressure. And temperature above 100 degrees Celsius, it is mainly the autoclave. Autoclave is very important, and they can ask you as a 4-mark question. And next is filtration. There are 4 types of filter. One is candle filter, next is asbestos filter, next is sintered glass filter, and last is membrane filter. And coming to radiation, there are 2 types of radiation. One is non-ionizing radiation, and next is ionizing radiation. And there are some waves also that will used for sterilization, that is ultrasonic or sonic vibration. Microorganisms vary in their sensitivity to them, and survivors have been found after such treatment. Hence, this method is of no practical value in sterilization and disinfection. Coming to chemical methods. What are all an ideal antiseptic or disinfectant? It should have a wide spectrum of activity, be effective against all microorganisms, and it is active in the presence of organic matter. It is effective in acid as well as alkaline media, and it have speedy action, and it should have high penetrating power, and it should be stable. And also it should be compatible with other antiseptic and disinfectant, and it should not corrode metals, and it should not cause local irritation or sensitization, and it should not interfere with healing, and it should not be toxic if absorbed into circulation, and it should be inexpensive and easily available. These are all the ideal antiseptics should be. Coming to factors that determine the potency of disinfectant. One is the concentration of the substance, then is the time of action, next is pH of the medium, next is the temperature, next is the nature of the organisms, and next is presence of extraneous material. Coming to chemical agent, it acts in various ways: by protein coagulation, by disruption of the cell membrane resulting in exposure damage or loss of contents, by removal of free sulfidyl group essential for the functioning of the enzyme, by substrate competition. A compound resembling the essential substrate of the enzyme diverts or misleads the enzymes necessary for the metabolism of the cell and causes cell death. Coming to chemical methods, there are many methods. One is alcohol, by means of alcohol or aldehyde or dyes or halogens, phenols, gases, etc. Coming to alcohol, first coming to phenolic group of disinfectant, that is phenol crystal, Dettol, Lysol, Cresol, etc. They remain active, stable, and persist for long period of time. And they are also active against gram-positive, gram-negative mycobacterium and viruses. Coming to alcohol, most common used for antibacterial and also used as a sanitizer. They are able to act and evaporate for a short period of time. Next is aldehyde. There are two types. One is formaldehyde, next is glutaraldehyde. Formaldehyde is having both bactericidal as well as sporicidal and also lethal effect on viruses. Glutaraldehyde is effective against tubercle bacilli, fungi, and viruses. So formaldehyde is used to preserve anatomical specimens and also for destroying anthrax spore in hair and wool. Formaldehyde gas is used for sterilizing instrument and also fumigating watch, sick rooms, laboratories, etc. Under properly controlled conditions, clothing, beddings, furniture, books can be satisfactorily disinfected. This gas is usually an irritant and also toxic when inhaled. Coming to glutaraldehyde, it is mainly used to treat corrugated rubber anesthetic tubes and face mask, plastic endotracheal tubes, metal instruments, polythene tubing, etc. Coming to dyes, there are two types of dyes. One is aniline dyes and next one is acridine dyes. Aniline dyes are used against gram-positive organism and also gram-negative organism. They have no activity against tubercle bacilli. Acridine dye are also more active against gram-positive than gram-negative, but are not that much effective as aniline dyes. So aniline dyes are brilliant green, malachite green, crystal violets, etc. And acridine dyes are proflavin, acriflavin, euflavin, aminocrine. Coming to surface active agent, they are classified into 4 groups. One is anionic, next is cationic, next is non-ionic, and last is amphoteric. These are soaps and other detergents, and they have mechanical removal of microbe by scrubbing of dead tissue. So it reduced in their numbers. Coming to gases, mainly is ethylene oxide gas, next is formaldehyde gas, next is beta propiolactone, and last is hydrogen peroxide fogging. Ethylene oxide gas is mainly used for sterilizing heart-lung machines, respirators, sutures, dental equipments, books, and clothings. Formaldehyde gas this is no longer preferred. And beta propiolactone is mainly a carcinogenic activity, so it is also not used nowadays. Hydrogen peroxide fogging is used. Fumigation, usually for fumigation, formaldehyde gas is used. Now hydrogen peroxide fogging is also done. And it is also a good disinfectant and it is non-toxic. Coming to metallic salts, mainly 3 salts are used. One is silver, next is copper, and last one is mercury. Mercury chloride, usually having they are highly toxic. They are used as a disinfectant. Copper salts are used as a fungicides. Silver salts in aqueous solution have limited use. Coming to testing of disinfectant, whether these disinfectant are proper or not, there are 3 tests. One is Riddle-Walker test, next is Stick-Martin test, and last one is Kelsey-Sykes or in-use test. Coming to Riddle-Walker test, in this, Suspension containing equal number of typhoid bacilli are submitted to the action of varying concentration of phenol and of the disinfectant to be tested. It is usually tested by phenol coefficient. This test does not reflect natural condition as the bacteria and the disinfectant react directly without any organic matter being present. So, modification of Riddle-Walker test is a Chick-Martin test. In this, presence of organic matter, even this modification falls short of simulating natural condition. So, various other modifications are used. And last is in-use test or Kelsey-Sykes test. In this, the working solution of the disinfectant used is in the hospitals or sampled at different time during their use. Commonly used are glutaraldehyde, phenol, sodium hypochlorite, chlorhexidine, povidone iodine, and alcohol. Coming to minimum inhibitory concentration test, a pure culture of a single microorganism is grown in a broth. The antimicrobial agent is diluted in a number of times, 1:1, through a sterile diluent, that is Muller-Hinton broth. Add 2 drops of the organism onto the antimicrobial dilution. And then incubate for 24 hours in an incubator. After incubation, the dilution observe growth. The last tube in the dilution series that does not demonstrate growth corresponds with minimum inhibitory concentration of the antimicrobial agent. So these are all the tubes, and it has to be incubated for 24 hours, and last tube has no growth, so it has an antimicrobial agent. Coming to sterilization monitoring. Sterilization monitored routinely by combination of physical, chemical, and biological parameters. Physical, one is cycle time, next is temperature, and next is pressure. And chemical, based on colors. Heat or chemical sensitive inks that change color when germicidal related parameters present. Last is biological. Bacillus spores that directly measure sterilization. There are 6 classes of indicators are recognized by international organizations of standards. Class 1 is process indicator. Next is Bovie-Dick test that is used for a hot air oven. And next is single parameter indicator. And next is multi-parameter indicators. And next is integrating indicator. And last is emulating indicators. Coming to class 1, process indicator. They are attached or printed on the outside of all packs to discern which package have been processed from those that have not been processed in a sterilizer. Next is Bovie-Dick test is used to reveal the pass or fail rate in dynamic air removal steam sterilizer. This class 2 chemical indicator should be used in an empty chamber daily, preferably before any loads are processed at the beginning of the day. And next is single parameter indicator is placed inside each packet and provide data on time or temperature, revealing if one of these sterilization parameters have been met during a cycle. And next is multi-parameter indicator react to 2 or more sterilization parameters such as time or temperature or time and pressure. Next is integrating indicator. In this, it reacts to all critical parameters of sterilization cycle over a range of temperature. Performance must equal that of the biological indicator. And last is emulating indicator, that is cycle specific, react to all critical parameters for a specific sterilization level used at the pack or tray level. So biological indicators that contain spores of Bacillus atropaceus. What are all the recommendations to monitoring of sterilizer? One is monitor each load with physical as well as chemical indicator. Use biological indicator to monitor effectiveness of sterilizer at least weekly with spores intended for a type of sterilizer. Use biological indicator for every load containing implantable items. Following a single positive biological indicator used with a method other than steam, treat as non-sterile all items that have been processed in that sterilizer dating back to last negative biological indicator. Following a positive biological indicator with steam sterilization, objects other than implantable objects do not need to be recalled because of a single positive spore test unless the sterilizer or procedure is defective or inappropriate cycle settings. If additional spore tests remain positive, consider the items non-sterile and recall and reprocess the item from the suspect load. Steam is preferred for critical items not damaged by heat. Follow the operating parameters recommended by the manufacturer. Use low temperature sterilization technology for reprocessing critical items damaged by heat. Use immediately critical items that have been sterilized by parasitic acid immersion process. Now there is one new method of sterilization, that is plasma sterilization. In this, radio frequency energy is applied to create electromagnetic field. Into this, hydrogen peroxide vapors are introduced, which generate a state of plasma containing free radicals of hydrogen and oxygen. It is mainly used for arthroscopes, urethroscopes, etc. So commonly used article and then the method of sterilization. Surgical linen are usually sterilized by autoclave. Gloves, catheter, syringes, needles are usually sterilized by gamma radiation or ethylene oxide gas sterilization. Next is culture media and microbiology. These are usually sterilized by autoclaving. Next is glassware, paraffin, glove powder, etc. are sterilized by hot air oven. And last is serum sugars. These are sterilized by filtration. So the main points in sterilization is methods of sterilization, physical and chemical methods, and how they are being sterilized. And next is terminologies. And also the testing of disinfectant is also very important. There are 3 tests. One is Riddle-Walker test, next is Stick-Martin test, and last is Kelsey-Sykes test. And the Spalding classification, that is also very important. How they are sterilized, how the sterilization used for critical items, semi-critical items, and also non-critical items. And also the levels of disinfectant, high level disinfection, intermediate level disinfection, and low level disinfection. Everyone understood? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts regarding sterilization and disinfection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your participation. I thank Director Sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Mhm. Good afternoon. Hope all of you are there. It will be very difficult sitting in the afternoon, having a lunch and listening to a class. Uh, okay, anyway, the topics given to me for you, for hospital management people are class illness, classification and description of diseases, infection control, medical asepsis, nosocomial infection, communicable diseases, reservoir, carrier of infection, mode of transmission of infection, and central sterile supply department. These are the topics given to me. I am Dr. Prince. I am Associate Professor in Microbiology, working at Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences. It's a government of Pondicherry institution. I take classes for nursing students and other paramedical courses. These topics are more of related to infection. Infection is caused by microorganisms. So that is the importance of me sitting here. I'm a microbiologist. I teach microbiology. Microbiology is a study of microorganisms. Before starting the topic, let me tell you the importance of infection and importance of microorganisms. Long back, very long back, people were not knowing what is the reason for the disease. People will be sick, people will be feeling ill. But many times it was not known what is the reason for the disease. So now we use the term called etiology. Etiology means the study of the causative agent. So if you know the cause, of the disease only, you can start giving a treatment. A proper treatment can be given only when you have the knowledge of cause. What is the reason for the disease? I'll give you an example. Malaria. Now it is a common name. Everybody will be knowing about malaria. It was an ancient disease, very old disease. From time immemorial, we are having that disease. But earlier days, people were not knowing what is the reason for this malaria. Malaria, what is the reason? Which organism is responsible, or what is the reason for the disease? People were not knowing. And some people, some group of old doctors, they thought malaria is due to bad air. Malaria is due to bad air. So they gave that name also, malaria. Mala means bad, Aya means disease. So they thought it is Mala means bad, Aya means air. Sorry, Aya means air. So a bad condition caused by bad air. A bad air is responsible for malaria. That was the earlier concept. So they gave the name malaria. Why they gave that term was during the earlier days, people who are living in dirty areas, near the drainages, near the dirty water, those people used to get malaria. So the doctors at that time, they thought malaria is due to bad air in that area. So what was the treatment given? Say if you think it is malaria is due to bad air, what is the treatment you will give? You will ask the patient to sit in a neat place, in a fresh air places. So that was a treatment given. So the patient will be asked to sit in a place where there is good air, is there, beautiful ventilation is there. At that type of place they will sit. Do you think it will be treated? Now we know malaria is not due to bad air. Malaria is caused by a microorganism known as Plasmodium. Plasmodium, malarial parasite, is known as Plasmodium. It is a very small parasite, very small microorganism, which will be multiplying inside your RBC, in blood cells. It will be multiplying in blood cells. So this microorganism will be transmitted by mosquito. There is one mosquito. There are different types of mosquito. One type of mosquito is female Anopheles mosquito. So this mosquito will take the malarial parasite, that is Plasmodium, from one person, and it will be inserted into another person. This was identified in 18th century only. It was identified by a British doctor, British surgeon who was working in India. Ronald Rose, Sir Ronald Rose, he was working in India. So he identified this parasite and the role of mosquitoes. So after that, it was very easy for the treatment of malaria. Chinese people immediately, they developed a drug called quinine for the treatment of malaria. Once they identified this is due to this organism, it was very easy to develop a drug. So if you identify the cause only, you can give proper treatment. You can do proper preventive methods. Okay, control methods can be developed. So that is why we should identify what is the cause of the disease. Okay, so this is the importance of microbiology. Once these techniques for identifying the cause. Now recently we had COVID-19. Earlier, people were not knowing when that many people developed a respiratory tract infection. They were not knowing what is that. Many people thought it is normal common cold. And later they identified within 1 month, within days, we identified it is caused by a virus, and that virus is belonging to an RNA virus, and all those things were identified, and we were able to control and develop our mechanisms, and we developed a vaccine also for that. So once you identify the cause only, you can give a proper treatment. So that is the importance of microbiology. Now we'll come to the topic given to me is illness, disease, description of diseases. What is disease? Disease, illness, not feeling well. No, in Tamil we call it as noi, rogam in Malayalam. Okay, like that there are different terms. So what is disease? People can say, simply we can say any abnormality in your body. Any abnormality in your body. That was a term given. Any abnormality in your body, any deviation from the normal condition is known as disease. The first definition, which was given by WHO, World Health Organization, was abnormality in the anatomy and physiology of a human being. Anatomy is a structure. Physiology is a function. So any abnormality in the structure and functions of human body can be called as a disease. So this was a definition given for disease. Any abnormality, if any deviation from our normal structure is, for example, if your bone is fractured, if there is any fracture in the bone, it is a disease. Okay, if you are not able to move your hands freely, it is a disease. If you are not able to breathe, that is a function. If you are not able to breathe, or if you are not able to do the proper digestion or excretion, okay, that your functions are affected. So at that time, we can call it as a disease. So any abnormality in the structure and functions of the body can be called as a disease. Later, there were a lot of modifications for the definition of disease. Many other aspects also came into that action. If there is any abnormality apart from structure and function, if there is any abnormality in the mental health, that psychological disturbances can also be considered as a disease. So that was an addition. Now that is also added into your definition of disease. So if there is any abnormality in the anatomy means structure, physiology, that function, or then mental strength, mental health. If there is any deviation in that, we can call it as a disease. Now, recently, in the last 10 years before, WHO added another concept also into the definition of disease. That is, if you're sociological, because human beings are a social animal. If there is any abnormality in your social behavior, that also can be considered as a disease. When I take classes for the undergraduate students, I used to tell social behavior. For example, if somebody is spitting on the road, we can consider him as a deceased person because he is not socially healthy. His social behavior is not healthy. So he is a deceased person. If one person is not following the rules, government rules, traffic rules, he is not following the social aspects of the community. So we can consider him also as a deceased person. Okay, so that is another aspect. So now there are other aspects also, like one earlier it was only structure and function. Now structure is also there, function is also there, then psychology is there, sociology is also there. So that is a definition of disease, illness, any abnormality. As far as practical concern, hospitals thing concerned, we can say any structural and functional abnormality in the human body, we can call it as a disease. Diseases can be classified into different ways. There are different methods for classification of diseases. One characteristic method, one important method for classification of disease is based on the etiology, based on the causative agent. What is the reason for the disease? Okay, what is the reason? What is the cause for the disease? Okay, edinala and the disease varudhu. Based on that, diseases are classified into infectious diseases and non-infectious diseases. Infectious diseases and non-infectious diseases. Infectious diseases means diseases caused by microorganisms. The damage is due to microorganisms. The disease is due to microorganisms. The cause is due to microorganisms. So that type of diseases are known as infectious diseases. You have examples like tuberculosis, cholera, typhoid, then even our COVID-19, HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, infections, like that. Various diseases are there which are caused by microorganisms. Microorganisms means it may be a bacteria, or it may be a virus, or it may be a fungus, or it may be a protozoa, parasite, we call it as parasite, or helminth worms. So if it is caused by microorganism, we can call that disease as an infectious disease, and it can be transmitted from one person to another. Another important characteristic feature of infectious disease is it can be transmitted from one person to another. It may be the transmission may be through air, or through water, through food, or through some insects, or by contact. Okay, it can be transmitted from one person to another. That type of diseases, we call it as infectious diseases. So infectious diseases are caused by microorganisms like bacteria, fungus, virus, protozoa, or helminths. And it can be transmitted from one person to another through various routes. Sometimes these type of diseases, infectious diseases, are known by another common term known as communicable diseases. Communicable diseases. Because it can be transmitted from one person to another. Another term which is associated with this infectious disease is contagious disease. Contagious disease. That means it can be transmitted from one person to another, mainly by touch, mainly by contact. Contagious diseases. So that is another term. So infectious diseases, or communicable diseases, or contagious diseases. All these terms are used for the same thing, same type of disease, which are caused by microorganism, which can be transmitted from one person to another. That is infectious diseases. Now next classification is non-infectious diseases. Here the cause is due to some other reasons, not by microorganisms. Okay, not by the microorganism. For example, the common now the common lifestyle disease is diabetes mellitus. What is the reason for diabetes mellitus? Is it caused by microorganisms? No. It is due to the deficiency of insulin. There is some damage in your pancreas, and there is some cells are present in the pancreas, islets of Langerhans. That cells are damaged. Because of that, there is some lack of insulin. Insulin is a hormone which is very necessary for glucose metabolism. So that insulin is not produced. That is the reason. There is some damage in your and in your pancreas. Okay, so there is no insulin production. So that is a reason for diabetes mellitus. Now, another disease I will tell you, your myocardial infarction, heart attack. Okay, heart attack, myocardial infarction, heart disorders. What is the reason for that? Nowadays, people say there will be deposition of fat in the blood vessels, and there will be lack of blood flow to the heart. Okay, less blood flow to the heart, and that is a reason for myocardial infarction or a heart attack. So here also there is no microorganism. Diabetes mellitus also there is no microorganisms. And another thing you say, if there is a road accident, okay, if there is a road accident, it is also not due to microorganisms. So these kind of diseases, we call it as non-infectious diseases. It is not caused by microorganism. And another thing is, it cannot be transmitted from one person to another. See, diabetes mellitus, if you give a shake hand, or if you sleep with the diabetes mellitus patients, or if you share his articles, the disease is not transmitted. Diabetes mellitus is not transmitted from one person to another. Or myocardial infarction, heart attack is not transmitted from one person to another. Okay, so such type of diseases are known as non-infectious diseases, or sometimes we call it as non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases. So these are the two important types of diseases based on its etiology: infectious diseases and non-infectious diseases. Now I am going to talk about infectious diseases. My topic is more of infectious diseases and infection control, infection, types of infection, all those things. What is the importance of these infectious diseases? If you see the number of people dying all over the world today, how many people are dying? You take a statistics of people who are dying today. How many people are dying? So if you take the number of people and what is the reason for their death? If you see that 50% of the people will be dying due to some infectious diseases. 50% of the people, the reason for their death will be some infectious diseases. And the remaining may be non-infectious diseases. So 50% of the diseases, people may be dying. The reason for the death may be an infectious disease. Sometimes this percentage will increase. See, we had earlier days, we had pandemics. You might have heard about pandemics. Recently, we had COVID-19 pandemic. So like that, earlier days, we had pandemics of cholera, pandemics of plague, pandemics of tuberculosis, okay, pandemics of flu. So during that pandemic period, now I am telling it is 50%, it will go up to 70 to 80% of the people will be dying due to these infectious diseases. The reason for the death will be infectious diseases. So diseases we have classified into infectious and non-infectious diseases. So in that, infectious diseases are caused by microorganisms which can be transmitted from one person to another. And many people die because of infectious diseases. Now, your topic, you are going to manage a hospital. Why do people come to the hospital? Because of the disease. Because of the disease, they need treatment. They come to hospital for their wellness. So in this, 50% of the people who are coming to the hospital will be having infection. They will be suffering from some infectious diseases. Other 50 will be coming for non-infectious diseases. So half of your patients are infectious patients or suffering from infectious diseases. And another thing also I will tell you. Why you should know about infection and infectious diseases is, I told you, many of the non-infectious diseases, like diabetes mellitus. You take the example of diabetes mellitus. These diabetes mellitus, because of their lack of immunity, they may be susceptible to infectious diseases. In the diabetes mellitus patients, they will have less immunity. Because of that, they may get some viral infection or some bacterial infection. Okay, so that is also a possibility. That is also a possibility. Cancer patients are there. When they come for treatment, they may get other microbial diseases, infectious diseases. So infectious diseases, the knowledge of infectious diseases is very important for a hospital management person. If you know the part of infectious diseases and their management and their control and their prevention, it is very, very important for hospital management, controlling the hospital very effectively. To control the hospital very effectively, you should know about hospital management, or you should know about infectious diseases. Apart from that, apart from the patient point of view, many patients, when they come to the hospital, they will develop, after coming to the hospital, they may develop some diseases from the hospital. From the hospital, they may develop some diseases. That diseases, we call it as hospital-acquired infections. Or another term is nosocomial infection. Nosocomial infection. So these nosocomial infections are also a very important aspect for hospital management people. If your hospital is having if your hospital is reporting lot of nosocomial infection, patients will not come to your hospital. You have to legally, government may close your hospital. So you have to control that nosocomial infection also. For that, there are special rules are there. There is an infection control team is also there. In that, hospital management person plays a major role in controlling hospital-acquired infection. The patient will be having infection from the community. It is a community-acquired infection. The patient will be having infection from the community and he will be coming for the treatment. And some patients, after coming to the hospital, they will develop infection. We call it as hospital-acquired infection. That has to be controlled. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for the hospital, not only the hospital, other patients also. So for that, there are mechanisms are there that we'll see in, I think tomorrow I'll show you some slides that you can see that. And apart from that, one more thing coming to this infection control is biomedical waste management. Because the waste formed in hospitals are infectious, which will contain microorganisms. So if you are not dealing that waste properly, it will lead into a lot of issues, lot of problems. Our household waste or waste from the factory is not infectious. It does not contain microorganism, but the waste generated in hospital may be infectious and which can transmit diseases not only in the hospital, it can be transmitted to the community also. So that waste also should be managed properly. There are legal rules are there to control this hospital infection. There are rules are there. There are certain policies are there. So each hospital should follow a principle and they should follow that infection control team principles to control this nosocomial infections. Okay, so these are this is the basis of the infection and its control. What is the importance of this infection regarding hospital management? Now, technically, you should know some terms like types of infection. The types of infection. I told you infection is caused by microorganisms. Okay, microorganisms are responsible for infection. The microorganisms are present everywhere. Microorganisms are present everywhere. Like we say that Prahalada said, no, my God is present, Tunilum, Turumbilum, everywhere it is present. So like that, microorganisms are also present everywhere In the air it is present, in the water it is present, in the soil it is present. Even in our body also it is present. In our skin, lot of microorganisms are there. In our oral cavity, lot of microorganisms are there. In our skin, a lot of microorganisms are there. In our intestine, large intestine is full of microorganisms. It contains large number of microorganisms. And our genital area, everywhere, in our body itself, there are a lot of microorganisms are present. So they are present everywhere. And these organisms, if they enter into your body, it can produce disease. In intestine, normally, I told you there are a lot of microorganisms. When they are present in the intestine, no problem at all. They normally do not produce any disease. Like there is one bacteria called Escherichia coli. This is present in every individual in the world. That bacteria is present in our human beings' intestine everywhere. All over the world, everybody, including American president, Indian president, or prime minister, everybody is having that Escherichia coli in their intestine. As far as they are present in the intestine, no issues at all. But this Escherichia coli, when it enters into your urinary tract, if it enters into your urinary tract, there it will produce disease. There it can produce disease. It will lead into UTI, urinary tract infection. So the same bacteria present in your intestine, no disease, but when it enters into the urinary tract, if it goes to the urinary tract accidentally, or by surgical procedures, or by catheterization, they put, when patients are not able to pass urine, they insert a catheter. So during that catheterization and all, sometimes these organisms can go to the urinary tract and they can produce disease. So the organism present in your body, when it goes to the other part of your body, it produces disease. Now another thing, in our skin, lot of bacteria present. In skin, no problem at all. But suppose if there is a cut in your skin, that organism present in the skin will go to the tissues, in the muscles, in the blood, and there it can produce disease. Skin is a problem, but when it goes to the blood, it produces disease. Okay, so the microorganisms which are present inside your body, in your body can also produce disease. Where the organism is present, vail irukku, nama vail nariya organism irukku. The respiratory tract, inge ella organism irukku. Here there is no problem. But when it goes to your lungs, it can produce pneumonia. Streptococcus, there is one bacteria present in the oral cavity. If this organism goes to your lungs is a place where there is no microorganism. But accidentally, this organism present in the oral cavity, if it goes to the lungs, it can produce pneumonia. So here, the organisms present inside your body is producing disease. This type of diseases, we call it as endogenous infections. Endogenous. Endo means inside. Our body is acting as a source of infection. Now, the next is exogenous infection. Endogenous infection. Next is exogenous infection. In the exogenous infection means the microorganism present outside will be coming to your body. Air, there are a lot of bacteria. Air, there are a lot of viruses. There are bacteria present in other people also, or microorganisms present in other persons, other animals, in water, in food, in soil. From there, if the organisms are coming into your body, we call that type of infections as exogenous infections. Exogenous infections. So these exogenous infections are very important, not only in community, it is also important in hospital also. Okay, we'll come to that later. So endogenous infections, exogenous infection. So it is very difficult to eradicate or remove all microorganisms from the world. It is present everywhere in the world. Okay, so that is one classification of infection based on the source: exogenous infection, endogenous infection. Now we'll come across, there is another classification, it's known as primary infection, secondary infection, reinfection. These are the terms you should you should know about it. Already there may be people, nursing, already people who have studied microbiology in their thing, maybe doctors may be there, even dentists may be there, I don't know, nursing professionals may be there. Already people may be knowing about all these things, but for your examination and other point, you may have to remember this. Primary infection. Primary infection means if an organism is coming to your body for the first time, if the organism is coming for the first time, for example, now COVID, we can say COVID-19, when that SARS coronavirus, first time when it enters, enter into your body and produce an infection, we call it as a primary infection. Now, after some recovering from the disease, if the same type of coronavirus, SARS coronavirus, COVID, is entering again into your body, we call it as a reinfection. It is not secondary infection. Remember, it is a reinfection. Same organism is producing infection. First time when it enters into your body, we call it as primary infection. Second time, it is reinfection. Third time, it is reinfection, reinfection, reinfection. So that is reinfection. Now, another term, confusing term, is a secondary infection. What is secondary infection? Secondary infection is like already the patient will be having one infection caused by virus. One good example I will tell you, HIV patient. HIV is a primary organism, primary pathogen. He is suffering from a primary infection known as HIV. So due to the presence of HIV, the HIV will reduce your immunity. HIV will reduce your immunity, and that gives a chance for other microorganisms to produce disease in your body. If your immunity is less, there is one fungus present in your oral cavity known as Candida. This Candida will produce infection in your oral cavity. So oral thrush, that is a very common secondary infection in HIV patients. Tuberculosis. In HIV patients, it will produce secondary infection because the patient is having less immunity. The mycobacterium, that is a causative agent of tuberculosis, it will enter and it will produce disease. So like that, if already the person is suffering from one infection and a second agent or a third agent, when it enters into your body and produces a disease, that is called a secondary infection. Okay. So primary infection, reinfection, secondary infection. These terms you should come across. You should know about what is this. Another term, a similar term, is opportunistic infection. Opportunistic infection. That means when the patient's immunity is less. Immunity is the ability to fight against microorganisms. Immunity is a resistance against microorganisms. If the person's immunity is less, that is a chance for less pathogenic microorganisms to produce disease. There are many fungi out there. There are many protozoan parasites are there, which normally will not produce any disease in a healthy person. It will not produce any. For example, one example I'll tell you, aspergillus. There is one fungus known as aspergillus, which will be present in your bread. It will be present in your bread. Or it may be present in the soil. In the AC vent, it will be present. This fungus is present in our air, but normally we are all exposed to this fungus, but normally it will not produce any disease in a healthy person. But when the immunity of the person is less because of the old age, because of some underlying diseases, or because of some treatment or some infections, the patient's immunity will be less. One condition I told you, diabetes mellitus also. When the patient's immunity is less, this type of less pathogenic organism. Pathogenic means that organisms having capacity to produce disease. That type of microorganisms will enter into your body and produce disease. That type of condition is known as opportunistic infection. Opportunistic infection, when there is a chance to produce disease due to less immunity. That type of infection is known as opportunistic infections. These opportunistic infections are very common in hospitals, because in hospitals, the patient will be having coming to the hospital for some treatment of some diseases. So because of that disease, because of some treatment, the patient may get some opportunistic infections. Okay, so that is opportunistic infection. Primary, secondary, reinfections, and opportunistic infection. One another type of infection I already told you was exogenous infection and endogenous infection. Now, another term you will come across is acute infection and chronic infection. There are some diseases which will last only for a short period of time. And you will develop immunity, and that disease will be treated, and you will recover from the disease. Very soon you will be recovering. Very short period of time. The infection will be for a short period of time. That type of diseases, we call it as acute infection. There are some diseases which will be lasting for months and years. That type of diseases, we call it as chronic infections. Many of the time, this leprosy, then tuberculosis, even HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, that type of diseases, they are called as chronic infections because they last for a long period. They last for a long period. But there are some diseases which last only for a short period. That type of diseases, that type of infections are known as acute infections. Acute means only for a short period. Chronic means it will be for a long period. This is another classification of infection. Now, we have other methods also for classification. Site of infection, where in your body it produces disease. It is very common. We call it as respiratory tract infection. If it affects your trachea, pharynx, then lungs, bronchus, we call that as respiratory tract infection. Similarly, we have urinary tract infection. If your kidneys, urethra, ureter, bladder, urinary bladder, if these areas affected, we call it as urinary tract infection. Then we have skin diseases, GIT infections, gastrointestinal, intestinal infections are there, central nervous system infections are there. So like that, based on the site of the infection also, we can classify infections into various types. Now this community medicine, preventive and community medicine people. Community, there is community dentistry is there, community nursing is there, community medicine is there. So the community medicine people, they classify infection into various types. One is called endemic, epidemic, sporadic, pandemic. So like that, they classify infections based on the spreading of the infection in a community. How the infection is present in the community. In a community may be a state, or it may be a panchayat, or it may be a district, or it may be a country, or it may be the world. How that infection is present in the community. So based on that, infectious diseases are classified into endemic infections, epidemic infection, sporadic infection, and pandemic infection. A brief idea about endemic infection. Endemic infection means in a society, that infection will be present always. In that community, that infection will be present always. Not in large number. 1, 2, or 3 cases will be reported every year or every month or every day. One case, one limited number of cases will be reported. For example, in Pondicherry is an endemic place for malaria. So malaria is present here. Pondicherry is an endemic place for elephantiasis, filariasis. So that disease is present here. Some people are having that disease. Limited number of people are affected by that disease. That infection is present in limited number because of the environmental conditions in Pondicherry are suitable for that microorganisms to spread. See, malaria is not seen in Kerala. So malaria is not endemic in Kerala. Malaria is endemic in Pondicherry, but malaria is not endemic in Kerala. Because in Kerala, that malaria is not, malaria cases are not reported every month or every year. It is not reported. But in Pondicherry, we have reports of malaria every year, every month, every week also. Sometimes there will be small 1 or 2 cases will be present. So that type of infections, we call it as endemic diseases. These endemic diseases will become epidemic. Epidemic means in a short period of time, large number of people will be affected by that disease. This malaria, sometimes during this rainy season, after rainy season, it will become an epidemic. Large number of people will be affected. So at that time, we call it as epidemic. It has become epidemic. And another similar term is sporadic. If it is spreading very fast, if that infection is spreading very fast in that epidemic, if it is spreading very fast, we can call it as a sporadic infection. But remember this COVID-19. COVID-19 was spreading very fast. So it was a sporadic infection. It was an epidemic also. It started as an epidemic infection. Then it became a sporadic infection. Then it became a pandemic. What is this pandemic? Pandemic means if the infection is spreading from Pondicherry or from Kerala or from China, if it is spreading to all over the world, we call it as a pandemic infection. We had pandemics of cholera, we had pandemics of tuberculosis, we have pandemics of plague, then flu, that was a pandemic. Now HIV is the pandemic going on now, which started in 1980. 1980 the HIV started, and it is present all over the world. It started from America. From America, it has spread all over the world. So HIV pandemic is going on. COVID-19 pandemic is going on. COVID-19 was present in China. From China, it spread all over the world. So if that infection is present all over the world, in all countries in the world, we call it as a pandemic infection. Cholera. Cholera was a pandemic. There were around 7 pandemics. If you see the history of cholera, history of medicine, there was around 7 pandemics of cholera. So cholera, most of the cholera cases started from India, and it was spreading to all over the world. So there are some infectious diseases which can have the ability to spread very fast, and it can spread all over the world also. So that type of infections are known as pandemic infection. This classification is based on the spreading of the disease or presence of the disease in the community. It is a community-based classification. So endemic, epidemic, sporadic, and pandemic. Pandemic means which will be spreading all over the world. So every hospital should be aware. The hospital management people also should be aware about what is the endemic disease present in and around the hospital. What if you are going to start a hospital in one place? You should know what is the disease present in that area. What are the diseases present in that area? If you are going to start a disease, you're going to start a hospital in Kerala, the endemic diseases in Kerala will be different. The endemic diseases in Pondicherry will be different. The endemic disease in Calcutta will be different. The endemic disease in Lucknow will be different. So you should know what are the endemic diseases present in that area. One example, if you go to Orissa and other area, you will get a common infection known as Kala Asar. You will get an infection known as Kala Asar. That Kala Asar is not present in South India. It is not reported in South India. It is not present in South India. But in North India, like Orissa and Bihar and that areas, we have this Kala Asar, a highly dangerous disease. So the hospital should know what are the diseases present in that area. So that is endemic infection. And when there is an epidemic, also the hospital should be prepared. The hospital should be prepared for that epidemic disease and sporadic disease. Suddenly, if there is a report of an epidemic disease in that area, that hospital should get prepared for that. Patients will be coming with that type of infectious diseases, and how to take care of that patients, and what are the methods to control all those treatment modalities, everything you should get prepared. So the community, you are not supposed to learn, you should not keep only that patients coming to the hospital. You should have an idea about the community around the hospital also. One of my professor, she used to tell, when you start, before starting construction of a hospital, first you should light a lamp. It is in Indian culture, we light a lamp also. So what she used to tell was, you light a lamp or light a matchstick, you can identify which way the wind is coming. Okay, that wind, the flow of the wind, that will give an idea about the infections and how you can construct a building. Okay, so that similar way, the hospital management people should be aware about these endemic diseases and epidemic diseases in and around them. Okay, pandemic anyway, all over the world it is present. Okay, so that is another classification. Another classification of infectious diseases. Then based on the type of the infectious agents, we can classify bacterial infections, viral infections, fungal infection, parasitic infections, like that. Again, that is another classification of infectious disease. Infectious diseases can be classified in that way also. Bacterial infections, fungal infection, protozoal infections, and viral infections. Okay, based on the type of microorganism which produce that disease. Similarly, there are some other terms based on the agents, or based on the source of infection. You might have heard about zoonotic infections or zoonotic diseases. If the microorganisms are coming from an animal, we call it as zoonotic infections. And similar to that, there is another thing is vector-borne infections. If vectors like insects, mosquitoes. Okay, sorry. So zoonotic infections are where the source of infection is an animal, where if it is transmitted by vectors like insects, mosquitoes, fleas, flies, ticks, there are a lot of types of insects. If they are transmitting the disease, we call it as vector-borne infections or vector-borne diseases. So this is regarding the classification of infectious diseases, classification of infection. Okay, based on the etiology, you can classify diseases into communicable and non-communicable diseases, or infectious and non-infectious diseases. There are infections can be classified into different categories: primary infection, secondary infection, and reinfection. And one more infection is opportunistic infection. Then if the organisms are present, if organism enter from outside, we call it as exogenous infection. If the organism present in our body is producing disease, we call it as endogenous infections. If the disease period is only for a short period, we call it as acute infection. If it is for a long period, for months and years, we call it as a chronic infection. And based on the site of the infection, you have a urinary tract infection, respiratory tract infection, GIT infection, CNS infection, central nervous system infection, skin infections, and all these infections normally you will end up with itis. But if suppose if your tonsils are affected, we call it as tonsillitis. If your pharynx is affected, pharyngitis. If your eyes are affected, conjunctivitis. So all these itis diseases are caused by microorganisms. Okay, most of the thing. Urethritis. If your liver is, if your urethra is affected, urethritis. If your liver is affected, hepatitis. Okay, bronchus is affected, bronchitis. Pleura is affected, pleuritis. Okay, so if there is itis, you can think about some infection. Okay, that is one clue. If some itis is there, pharyngitis, tonsillitis, mastoiditis, conjunctivitis, hepatitis, okay, urethritis, pleuritis, peritonitis, okay, all these terms that indicates there is some infection. That is based on the site of the infection. And based on the type of the agent, again, bacterial infections, fungal infection, protozoal or parasitic infection, and viral infection. Zoonosis means if the microorganisms are entering or the agent which transmit the disease is an animal, we call it as a zoonotic infections or zoonosis. Vector-borne diseases means if mosquitoes like malaria, filariasis, dengue, chikungunya, they are all transmitted by mosquitoes. The causative agent is different. Plasmodium is responsible for malaria, but it is transmitted by mosquito. Okay. Filariasis is caused by a worm called filarial worm, Wuchereria bancrofti, but it is transmitted by mosquito. Dengue is caused by a virus. That virus is transmitted by the mosquito. So such type of diseases, we call it as vector-borne diseases. Now we'll come to the next topic, sources of infection. Okay. So if you know all these basic aspects only, you can implement the policies of infection control in the hospital. Now, what are the sources of infection? Sources. The microorganisms will enter into your body when the patient, it will enter into the body. The common source of infection is a human being. Another human being, he may be a patient. He may be a patient. Patient means who will be suffering from the disease. Or he may be a carrier. A carrier means he will be having microorganism in his body without having any symptoms of the disease. Patient will have the symptoms of the disease, but the carrier will not have the symptoms of the disease. But both will be having microorganisms in their body, and from their body it can be transmitted to other human beings. So the common source of infection for human being is a man. Man is a next source of infection. The man may be a patient who is suffering and who is having the symptoms of the disease. That person is known as a patient. Similarly, there are some people who will be having microorganism in their body without having any symptoms of the disease. That type of people are known as, that type of human beings are known as carriers of infection. Carriers. For typhoid, for example, typhoid is caused by a bacteria known as Salmonella typhi. This Salmonella typhi, when it enters into your body, it will produce a fever, bacteremia, septicemia, and fever will be present. There will be intestinal disorders also will be present. So a patient who is having typhoid, he will be having the symptoms. One fever will be the characteristic fever will be present. So Salmonella, that indicates Salmonella is present in his body. He can act as a source of infection. He can transmit that disease from his body. That bacteria can be transmitted from his body. That bacteria will be present in his stool. In his feces, that bacteria will be present and he will be acting as a source of infection. He is already suffering from the disease. He is having the symptoms like fever, and his bacteria, that bacteria also will be transmitted from that person to another. He will be having the symptoms of the disease. But there are some people, bacteria will be present, no symptoms at all. There won't be no symptoms of that disease. Such type of patients are known as carriers. In history, if you see, there was a very famous carrier, Typhoid Mary. There was one patient known as Typhoid Mary. In America, she was there. Marlon Mary, her name was Marlon Mary. She was a restaurant worker. And she was spreading infection to her customers. but she was not having any symptoms of the disease. So these carriers is a problem in hospital also. If your doctor or if your nurses or if your paramedical staff or your technical staff or your sweeping staff or your cleaning staff, if anybody is a carrier, that will be a problem. He will act as a source of infection. So that carriers should be identified and they should be treated. They should be treated. Okay, so that is one source of infection. Human beings are the common source of infection. That he may be a carrier or he may be a patient. From this patient or from the carrier, it can be transmitted to other human beings through direct contact or through indirect contact. Through direct contact means by hugging, by kissing, or by having sexual contact, the microorganism from one person to another can be transmitted. There are many diseases. For example, HIV, hepatitis B, so through sexual contact, it can be transmitted. Through contact, it can be transmitted. Direct contact. Another thing is indirect contact. The patients or carriers used things if you are sharing. For example, his towel, kerchief, or the other pen, pencil, or if you are sharing that articles. That is called indirect contact. Indirect contact. So through that indirect contact, it can be that microorganism can be transmitted from one person to another. So that is one common source of infection, a patient or a carrier. So in hospitals, both these people may be present. Patient also may be present. Carriers also may be present. Next source of infection, all of us will be knowing, we might have studied about that also. Soil, water, air, food. Okay, these are all other sources of infection. Soil-borne infection. In soil, we have a lot of microorganisms are present, like Clostridium tetanus. Tetanus-producing bacteria is present in the soil. There are a lot of eggs of worms may be present in the soil. Okay, so they are also acting as soil also can act as a source of infection. Many fungal infections, many fungal agents are present in the soil. So soil-borne infections. Okay, soil and water infections. Then another source of infection is waterborne infections. Poliomyelitis, hepatitis A virus infection. Not B, hepatitis A viral infection. There is one hepatitis viruses are classified into A, B, C, D like that. In that A virus, it is a waterborne infection. It is a waterborne infection. Polio, it is a waterborne infection. Then we have all these diarrheal diseases like cholera, typhoid, okay, those diseases, dysentery, all those things are this water and foodborne diseases. It can be where the water will act as a source of infection or food will act as a source of infection. Okay, waterborne infection, foodborne infections. Air, another source of infection is air. When a patient cough or sneeze, there are a lot of microorganisms coming into the air. So many microorganisms can present in the air and that can be transmitted to other beings. So that is airborne infections. So that is another source of infection. Now another source already I told you, animals will act as a source of infection. Animals. There are many zoonotic diseases or zoonoses. The infections are caused by or transmitted by animals is known as zoonotic diseases. Earlier, one classic disease was anthrax. Anthrax, now almost we have controlled that. Anthrax was a zoonotic disease. Then we have this plague. Plague is a zoonotic disease. It is a bacterial infection. It is transmitted by rat and rat fleas. Another infection was typhus fever. Then in Chennai and other areas, we have a lot of leptospirosis cases. Leptospirosis. It is also an animal-borne infection where the source of infection will be animal. Animal, in the body of the animal, that microorganism will be present. The causative agent will be present in that animal. So that type of infections, we call it a zoonotic diseases. Vector-borne diseases are also a type of zoonotic disease. One very famous, very common, not common, dangerous zoonotic disease is rabies. Rabies, it is a viral infection. So These are all different sources of infection. Okay, different sources of infection. A human being may be a patient or a carrier, or water, food, air, other animals, animal-borne infections. They are also can act as a source of infection. One more term in your syllabus, it is given as reservoir. Reservoir means this is most of the cases it is a parasites. There are some parasites where their life will be continuing in an animal and human being. From these animals, accidentally it can enter into your body. Okay. If suppose this parasite is not able to get that host in the hosting if they are not able to get both human host and animal host, this parasite cannot live anywhere. But God has given one capacity. What that thing is, this parasite will multiply in some other animals without producing any disease. They will multiply in that until they get a human being or until they get another animal. That type of host is known as reservoir host. Reserve will irpanga. Okay, reserve. It will be that organism will be present in a reserve. We will not know in which animal it will be present. It will be present in some animals. Okay, but when they get a chance, they will come back. That type of host is known as reservoir host. There are infections like leishmaniasis. I told you, Kala Azar, trypanosomiasis, that type of diseases, we have a reservoir. Recently, we had one disease called swine flu, influenza A, H1N1. In that they used to say the swine pig is a reservoir for infection. Okay, from that reservoir, that pig will not have any symptoms of the disease, but it will act as a source of infection. So that is reservoir. Now, next topic is how the diseases are transmitted from one person to another. What are the methods of transmission? In our body, in a human body, the infectious agents, the microorganisms can enter into our body through various parts. These parts are known as portals of entry. Portals of entry. Portals, openings of, through that microorganisms will enter into your body. The common portal is your skin. Microorganisms will enter through your skin. That is one largest portal, largest area through which microorganisms can enter into your body. Another portal is your respiratory tract. Through respiratory tract, microorganisms can enter into your body. Another portal is your oral cavity, GIT. Gastrointestinal tract, they can enter into your body. Conjunctiva, that is another portal through which microorganisms can enter into your body. Conjunctiva, then oral cavity, that is GIT, respiratory tract, skin, genitourinary tract. Through that also microorganisms can enter into your body. Through urethra, they can enter genitourinary tract, they can enter into your body. So these are the portals of entry. Through these, microorganisms can enter into your body. Can enter into a host. We call it as a host. It will enter into the host. Another entry point is placenta. Placenta, that is from mother to the child. During pregnancy, if mother is having some infection, there are some diseases which can be transmitted through the placenta. Through the placenta, that microorganism can cross the placenta and cause diseases in the developing fetus. We call it as congenital infections or teratogenic infections. That type of infections are known as teratogenic infections or congenital infection. We have toxoplasmosis, one disease called toxoplasmosis. Rubella infection, toxoplasmosis, it is a protozoal infection. Then rubella, it is a viral infection. Then cytomegalovirus infection. Cytomegalovirus infection. That is one viral infection. Then we have herpes viruses, which can also be transmitted from mother to child. Hepatitis B virus, that also can from mother to child it can go. HIV, another one is from mother to child it can go. Such type of infections, we call it as teratogenic infections or congenital infections. Congenital infection. So these are all the different portals of entry in your body. Based on these portals of entry, the agents can enter, or the entry, the mode of transmission may be ingestion. Ingestion means eating through oral cavity. By ingesting, by eating, by drinking, the microorganisms will enter into your body. That type of that is one method of transmission. Commonly it is known as fecal-oral transmission. Fecal-oral transmission. Diarrheal diseases, dysentery, typhoid, cholera, that type of diseases are normally transmitted by this fecal-oral transmission. Feces microorganisms will enter into your oral cavity through food or water or through fingers. It will enter into your body. That type of transmission, that type of entry, that type of transmission is known as fecal-oral transmission. It may be foodborne or waterborne. Foodborne or waterborne. Now, inhalation. Airborne infections. Your COVID-19, tuberculosis, influenza, many infections, bronchitis, many infections are transmitted through, it will enter through your respiratory tract. Inhalation. Airborne infections are mainly transmitted like that. Inhalation. Now another entry is by injection or inoculation. The mosquito is biting. Mosquito is injecting the parasite into your blood. Okay, inoculation. When dog is biting you, it is injecting or inoculating that virus into your tissues. Okay, when any other insect is biting, it is inoculating that bacteria or virus into your body. So that is inoculation. So these are the various methods of transmission of diseases. Okay, different methods of transmission of diseases. Infectious diseases. I'm talking mainly about infectious diseases. Okay, so this is a basic idea about infectious diseases. A basic idea about infectious diseases. We have lot of infectious diseases. Because of the medical development in the medical science, we have controlled many of these infectious diseases. We are fortunate to have antibiotics, antimicrobials. We are fortunate to have vaccines. Okay, the first vaccine developed by Edward Jenner, that smallpox vaccine. Suppose if that vaccine was not there, many people would have not there in the world now. So that vaccination, because of vaccination. Then Alexander Fleming identified first antibiotic called penicillin. So because of these developments, we were able to control many of these infectious diseases. And general awareness, other prophylactic methods and other things. Because of that, infectious diseases, we were able to control in various ways. Antiseptics we developed, disinfectants we developed, and we identified various types of microorganisms. Then we developed all these drugs for treatment. Because of that, the infectious diseases are under control. But unfortunately, recently we have a lot of emerging infections. New infections are coming. COVID-19, nobody heard about COVID-19. Nipah virus. Before that, there was in Kerala, there was a report of Nipah virus. Nobody heard about that virus. Highly dangerous virus. Like that, in Q, there are a lot of infections are coming. Zika virus, Ebola virus, monkeypox virus. Okay, there are a lot of viruses, there are a lot of microorganisms may come in future. So every hospital should be prepared for these type of emerging infections also. Okay, emerging infections also. We have history, we have science, we have medical science, we have developed. We can control that. But we need some time for that. We have to identify the causative agent. We have to develop vaccine. We have to develop drugs for that. Okay, so these emerging infections. Next tomorrow I will tell you about emerging infection. And another thing is another topic we can next class at next tomorrow we can deal is nosocomial infection, hospital acquired infections. So all these infectious diseases are very important for a hospital management person. Earlier days I remember there were hospitals for tuberculosis. There were hospitals for leprosy. There were hospitals for cholera, enteric disease hospitals. Okay, cholera hospital. Then we had this tuberculosis, TB sanatoriums were there. Leprosy sanatoriums were there. So like that earlier days, we had specialized hospitals were present for treating such diseases. Now we have no leprosy hospital because we have controlled that leprosy. So like that, we are controlling the diseases. Only because we identified, many scientists helped us to identify the causative agent. Many scientists developed techniques for controlling that infection and other things. In hospitals, I used to joke, as a joke, I used to tell earlier days, the surgery will be successful, but patient will die. After doing the surgery, the surgeon will come and give shaken to the relatives and say, surgery is successful. We have successfully removed the cyst present in his body, but patient died. What was the reason for that? Surgery was successful, but patient died. Many times, earlier days, surgery was a risky procedure. After surgery, many patients used to develop post-operative infections, sepsis, and death. Even delivery, pregnancy, after giving a birth, sometimes mother, sometimes the baby used to die because of infections like tetanus. Now these things are not there. Now these type of infections are not there. Now surgery will be successful, the patient also will survive. So earlier people were not knowing about a concept known as germ theory. One condition known as germ theory. Germ theory, Louis Pasteur, one scientist was there. Louis Pasteur said that germs, microorganisms can produce disease. I told you earlier, malaria. Earlier they thought malaria is due to bad air. Bad air is responsible for malaria. That was a science earlier days. That's why they gave that name malaria. Mala means bad, aya means air. But when they identified that malaria is due to plasmodium, they were able to develop the drug. So that theory is known as germ theory. Louis Pasteur developed that germ theory. Similarly, Louis Pasteur also developed some antiseptics. Antiseptic means or disinfectants, agents which can kill microorganisms. That is called sterilization. So sterilization and this germ theory, they combined it. Why the patient is dying? Patient is dying because of post-operative infections. Why the patient is developing post-operative infection? Because the surgical instruments are not clean. The doctor who is performing the thing, he is not washing his hands. He is not doing any sterilization there. So there was another scientist. His name was Joseph Lister. He used carbolic acid for cleaning all the surgical instruments and other thing. And he used to clean the bed, clean the table, surgical table, operation table, everything used to clean. And in that clean conditions, he started doing the surgery. And it was very successful. The patient survived. So this type of research, this type of studies about infectious agents and the development of drugs and preventive methods have given lot of things for the development of medical science. So you have to remember Joseph Lister. He is sometimes known as father of antiseptic surgery. But here I would like to say one more story about one another scientist, Ignaz Semmelweis. Ignaz Semmelweis. During this COVID period, his name become very popular also, because even before Joseph Lister, Ignaz Semmelweis was practicing antiseptic surgery. It was not surgery. During the deliveries, he was doing the clean procedures. So Ignaz Semmelweis, but unfortunately, his procedures were not reported. The first report was by this Joseph Lister. So Joseph Lister got the name father of antiseptic surgery. So because of all these things, then vaccine development. One another thing I tell you, vaccine development. Smallpox, that is another turning point in the medical science. Eradication of smallpox, another turning point in the development of medical science. All these things have helped in controlling communicable diseases. Now, there are various methods to control these infectious diseases. One is, first you have to give an awareness. Okay, awareness. A general awareness to the public. General awareness. Awareness is very important. You have to give an awareness to control all these infections. Awareness is needed. There are various methods are there for giving awareness. TV, now there are a lot of TV mediums are there, audio. We have even social media now. During COVID-19 period, social media played a big role in spreading the awareness about this. So awareness, creation of awareness. What is the disease? What is the symptom? How can it be prevented? All these things should be spread in the community. So awareness is very, very important. We can call it as a health education. Okay, health education is very important. That is one for controlling this communicable diseases or infectious diseases. Next is treatment. Treatment of the patients, treatment of the carriers. A proper treatment is needed for that is chemotherapy. Okay, you have to give drugs for the treatment of the patients. That is mainly after coming that. Before that, vaccines, immunization. Immunization is important. Then chemoprophylaxis, that is another one. All these things will help in controlling these infectious diseases or communicable diseases. So each and every disease will have different methods of control methods. For example, if it is a diarrheal disease or dysentery or something like that, proper sanitation, proper hygiene is very important. If it is a respiratory tract infection, you have to wear proper respiratory equipments like mask and other things. How to wear. You have to advise a patient to, when he is sneezing or coughing, to cover his face. So those things are important for some diseases for controlling. Vaccination is important. Control of mosquitoes, control of insects. So these methods of controlling methods will be different for different organisms, different diseases. So communicable diseases are very, very important for a hospital management person. If you are not aware about those things, even people who are sitting in the hospital office also may develop communicable diseases from the hospital environment. So that way, I have given you a brief idea about communicable diseases and types of infectious diseases. We'll move on to a brief idea about hospital-acquired infection. Hospital-acquired infection. What is this hospital-acquired infection? Excuse me. Hospital-acquired infections. In short, high, sometimes call it a high, hospital acquired infection, high. What is this high? If a patient is suffering from typhoid and coming to the hospital, is it a hospital acquired infection? No. He got this infection from the community and he is coming for the treatment of the typhoid. Already that microorganism Salmonella is present in his body and he is coming to the hospital for treatment of that infectious disease. So it is not a hospital acquired infection. He did not develop that disease from the hospital. The hospital is not the source of infection for that patient. So that is not a hospital acquired infection. Now, what is hospital acquired infection? A patient after getting admitted in the hospital, if he develops another infection from the hospital environment, if he develops a disease, an infectious disease, we call it as hospital acquired infection. The patient will be coming with some disease. Because of his disease or because of the procedures done in the hospital or because of the environment present in the hospital, he will develop an infection from the hospital. That type of infections are known as nosocomial infection or hospital acquired infection, where the hospital will act as a source of infection. Why? Patients are coming to the hospital for treatment, for wellness, for cure, they are coming to the hospital. But unfortunately, the hospital can also act as a source of infection. Beginning, I told you, microorganisms are present everywhere. So in hospital also, microorganisms are present. In a more broad way, we can say there are more microorganisms present in the hospital rather in a community. More organisms are present in the hospital. Why more organisms in the hospital? Because there are more patients. There are more other patients are present. Okay. In community, if you say in your class, if you see how many of them will be having infection, but if you go to a hospital, there will be many patients will be present. So why hospital is acting as a source of infection is, one reason is presence of other patients. There will be other patients will be present. Okay, who will be having infections? Who may be having infectious diseases. So from one patient to another, it can be transmitted. So patient to patient transmission, we call it as cross infection. So there is a possibility of cross infection. So that is one reason why hospitals are having hospital acquired infection. What is the reason for hospital acquired infection? If you see why it is common, we cannot stop 100%. There are no hospitals in the world having 100% hospital acquired infection free. Hospital acquired infections will be there in every hospital in the world. Even in developed countries also it will be there. Only thing is we can minimize the incidence of hospital acquired infection. Remember, microorganisms are present everywhere. So in hospital also it will be present. We cannot completely stop hospital acquired infection. Only thing is we can reduce the number of hospital acquired infections. Okay. One thing is I am telling, one reason for hospital acquired infection is presence of other patients. Presence of other patients. That is one reason why we are having hospital acquired infection. We cannot say if you are having some infection, don't come to the hospital. That we cannot say. We have to admit that person also in the hospital, and we have to take care of that patient also. So there are precautions. We can take precautions like isolation and other methods are available to prevent this transmission. So, but anyway, why hospital acquired infection means there are presence of other patients. And other thing is the patient himself. The patients are having less immunity. He will be already suffering from some disease, or he will be having some underlying diseases, or he will be under treatment of some steroid drugs and other things. So because of that, his immunity will be less. His resistance will be less. His resistance against microorganisms will be less. So at that time, that patient will be prone to more microorganisms. Microorganisms can easily produce, first I told you, opportunistic infections in the less immunity person. So one, presence of other patients. Second one is the less immunity, the immunocompromised conditions. We call it as immunocompromised conditions in the patient. That is another reason. Now, third reason is invasive procedures. We don't do invasive procedures like injection or wound dressing or surgery, minor surgery, major surgery, catheterization, all invasive procedures. We don't do that in our home or in our school or in our college. We don't do in our office. We don't do. All these procedures are done in the hospitals. So when you do a surgery, when you do a catheterization, or when you do some other procedures for sample collection, for injections, for taking blood or blood transfusion, organ transfusion, all these things are happening in hospitals. So during these procedures, your body is exposed to the environment. Okay, your blood and tissues are directly exposed to microorganisms. So during these invasive procedures, there is possibility of microorganisms easily entering into your body. So because of that, there is a possibility of hospital-acquired infection. One, presence of other patients. Next is less immunity, immunocompromised situation. And third one is invasive procedures are done in the hospitals. Invasive procedures are done in the hospitals. So during that procedures, the microorganisms can easily enter into the body. Now the fourth one, this is latest one actually, presence of drug-resistant microorganisms in the hospital. Presence of drug-resistant microorganisms in the hospital environment. If you compare the bacteria, for example, Staphylococcus bacteria present in the hospital and the Staphylococcus bacteria present in a school or in a house, it will show different antibiotic resistance pattern. Okay, we have a lot of antibiotics are available for treatment of diseases, for killing microorganisms. We have a lot of antibiotics are there. Penicillin, amoxicillin, ampicillin, chloramphenicol, gentamicin, like that. Lot of antibiotics are available. So these antibiotics are used for treatment. But now the big problem is these microorganisms are also very smart. They also wanted to survive in the world. Like you, microorganisms, like especially bacteria, they also wanted to live in this world. Even though they are very small, they also wanted to live in this world. So to survive in the world, they have developed resistance against these antibiotics. They have developed resistance against antibiotics. This resistance, that means if you give antibiotic, that bacteria will not be killed. That bacteria will not be killed. So no treatment. Penicillin, remember penicillin, the first antibiotic, when it was developed, when it was invented, at that time it was a magic drug. It was a magic drug, divine drug. Many patients were survived. Once they thought pneumonia, if a patient developed pneumonia, the patient will die. End of it. But when they developed this antibiotic, penicillin, it was a magic drug. It was used for treatment of various infectious diseases. But what is the situation now? Penicillin nobody is using. Why? Because all the bacteria present are having resistance against penicillin. They have developed some mechanisms to inactivate this penicillin. They have some, by one condition known as mutation. Okay, it is a genetic mechanism. By that, they have developed resistance mechanism. And they have, if you give penicillin, they will convert penicillin into penciloic acid. Penciloic acid cannot kill the bacteria. So this type of resistance mechanism they have developed, and because of this resistance mechanism, we are not able to treat many infectious diseases now. And this resistance is due to many reasons. Okay, genetic mechanism, bacteria will have some genetic mechanism, and that they will get it and they will transfer to other bacteria also. So this is a big problem now, including the treatment of tuberculosis. So tuberculosis, once it was a very common disease, and it was we were able to control that tuberculosis by treatment. But now there are some type of mycobacterium, that tubercle bacteria, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, they have developed resistance against tuberculosis. That is, the anti-tuberculous drugs. There is one mycobacterium known as MDR-TB, multiple drug resistant tubercle bacilli. This bacteria is having resistance against drugs used for treatment of tuberculosis now. In that, there is one more drug resistant mycobacterium, it is known as XDR-TB, extremely drug resistant tubercle bacilli. This if you are infected with that tubercle bacilli, if the patient is infected with XDR-TB bacteria, it will be very difficult to treat that bacteria, because all available drugs now, it is that bacteria have developed resistance against it. So like that salmonella, that all those many microorganisms have developed resistance against these drugs. So that type of drug resistant strains, we call it as drug resistant strains of mycobacterium, drug resistant strains of staphylococcus. There is one staphylococcus known as MRSA, methicillin resistant staphylococcus aureus. This MRSA. Then there is one Clostridium difficile. There is one bacteria known as Clostridium difficile, which is also having a highly drug resistance. Then there is one Streptococcus, Enterococcus, vancomycin resistant Enterococcus. These type of bacteria, these type of strains of bacteria are present in the hospital environment. I have seen, personally, there is one bacteria, very common bacteria known as Pseudomonas, which can produce UTI, urinary tract infection. That bacteria grows in phenol solution. The phenol solution, that white color phenol solution, will turn into green, because that bacteria will produce a pigment. So because of the exposure to all these drugs and antiseptics and disinfectant solutions, repeated exposure to all these antibiotics, repeated exposure to these disinfectants and antiseptics, the bacteria present in the hospital have developed resistance against antibiotics. That condition is known as drug resistant. So these drug resistant microorganisms are also present in the hospital. So because of these reasons, we cannot completely stop hospital-acquired infection. We can only control, we can only limit the number of incidents, hospital-acquired infections. We have methods are available for that. We have to develop some policies. So based on the policies, we can control that. Okay, so the reason for hospital-acquired infection, I repeat, one thing is, it is the presence of other patients, then the immunocompromised status of the patient, then invasive procedures, then drug-resistant microorganisms. So because of that, the hospital-acquired infections are very common. The reason for that hospital-acquired infections is this. If you see the types of hospital-acquired infections, the most common hospital-acquired infection is respiratory tract infections. Like it may be pneumonia or tuberculosis or bronchitis. Respiratory tract infections are common as a hospital-acquired infection, followed by urinary tract infection. Very common because of the catheterization. Patients develop hospital-acquired infection, urinary tract infection. Then other hospital-acquired infections are your septicemia and bacteremia. Blood-borne infection due to blood transfusion and other thing. There may be blood-borne infections may be present. Okay, so CNS infections, cerebral central nervous system infection like meningitis. Okay, respiratory tract infection, urinary tract infection, blood-borne infection, then CNS infections. So these are the common type of. I forgot the most common. Another common type of infection is wound infections. Wound infection, skin. Wound infections. Most of the time, post-operative infections, burn infections. Patient will be coming with burns. So they used to develop hospital-acquired infection. The bacteria present in the hospital environment will go to the patient and they develop burn infections. So these are the common type of hospital-acquired infection. Respiratory tract infection. Respiratory tract infection. Urinary tract infection, skin infection, blood-borne infections, blood, septicemia and other infections. Then central nervous system infection. Normally, the GIT infections are not normally reported, but it may be also present. It may be also present in hospital-acquired infections. To control hospital-acquired infection, it depends on nowadays there are some certifications. There are hospital NABL, NABH accreditation, certification, all those things. And one criteria for your accreditation and certification is the incidence of hospital-acquired infection. If your hospital is reporting many hospital-acquired infections, they will not give you accreditation. They will not give you ISO certification and other thing. Even the insurance people will not come to your hospital. So the number of cases, number of hospital-acquired infections plays a major role for your accreditation and certification. So you have to reduce the hospital-acquired infection. It will be very difficult to bring it to zero. But anyway, you can bring down to very drastically. We can bring down to in a smaller rates. We can bring. For that, we have to develop some policies. For that, one team should be prepared. We call it as hospital infection control team. It is called hospital infection control team. Is it? This hospital infection control team will be consisting of one physician, a surgeon, or a medical person. A medical person will be there. Then you, hospital management person, will be present in that team. That is one team member. A microbiologist will be present and a nursing personnel. So these are the 4 important personalities should be present in the infection control team. A physician, a surgeon, physician or surgeon, or both. Then a hospital management person, then a microbiologist, then a nursing personnel. These are the 4 important personalities should be present in the infection control team. So this infection control team will formulate a policy, a method for infection control in the hospital. It will vary from hospital to hospital also. The methods may vary from hospital to hospital based on the financial setup of the hospital, based on the number of beds in the hospital, based on the infrastructure of the hospital, based on the staff of the hospital, okay? Based on the area, I told you, one thing I told you, based on the place where it is situated, okay? Based on many criteria, the infection control policy will be different in different hospitals. But there are some basic concepts everybody should incorporate in that. See, for example, hand washing is hand washing. Hand washing is one of the basic thing to control any infection. So in hospital, it is very, very important. Hand washing is a very important procedure that you have to do it in hospitals. So hospital infection control also, hand washing is very important. So the infection control team will decide which soap has to be purchased, whether it is Lifebuoy, whether it is Synthol, whether it is Rexona, or whether it is Dettol soap. So that from that small aspect onwards, we have to this infection control team will decide. They will decide from that small aspect also. So each hospital, if a patient comes with this type of infection, what to do? If what type of antibiotic should be used? What type of laboratory diagnostic test should be done? What type of waste management policies should be included? All those things will be decided by the infection control team. So this infection control team will formulate a policy. That policy is known as infection control policy. So this will include various things. There should be monitoring. They should monitor what are the organisms present in the environment and what are the things that should be done. All those things will be present. In this, nursing personnel plays a major role. They are the people who implement this policy. So nobody is less here. Even the management people have their own role. Doctors, they have a role. Microbiologists, they have a role. But all these policies, the implementation is mainly done by the nursing personnel. So that infection control nurse, he or she will be the implementing people. So they play a major role. So management people should consider that aspect also. They should have a very good infection control team, and for implementation of the only one policy book is not sufficient. It should be properly implemented in the hospital. Okay, it should be properly implemented, and there are quality control methods are also available. Quality checking is also available for this implementation of these policies. Okay, so infection control team, they will decide what is the thing they have to do. So in this infection control team, major aspects, major things they will look into is, one most important thing is sterilization. Sterilization, proper sterilization procedures. Otherwise, we call it as asepsis. Asepsis. There is one topic given to me. One is medical sepsis, asepsis. Asepsis means where there is no organisms. So this aseptic conditions, if you perform a condition in aseptic conditions, the chance of hospital-acquired infections are very, very less. So for that, what are the things that should be done? What type of sterilization procedures have to be implemented? All those things will be developed by this hospital infection control team. Okay, then sorry. That policies should be developed and it should be approved, and there is legal validity for this rules. It should be legally bound. There are WHO recommendations are there, World Health Organization recommendations are there. Based on these recommendations, and there are NABH, National Board for Hospital Accreditation, that board also, there are recommendations are there. Even in our Ministry of Health, they also have recommendations for controlling hospital-acquired infections. So these policies, you seeing that practically we can implement these policies in the hospital and control hospital-acquired infections. So one thing I told you, one important aspect is sterilization. Sterilization. For that, various instruments are available. So proper use of these instruments, proper monitoring of these instruments. Okay, for that trained people should be there. Proper training should be given to the hospital staff about this nosocomial infection, including the drivers, cleaning people. They should also know about these type of infections. Okay, so that nosocomial infections will be controlled. There is one aspect of nosocomial infection is Central Sterile Supply Department. So this department will supply all the sterile articles for the hospital. So the establishment of a central sterile supply department has reduced a lot of hospital-acquired infections. Okay, then another thing is proper waste management. Proper waste management. Proper waste management, the hospital waste, I told you, proper storing, proper segregation, all those things should be done, and it should be disposed properly. That otherwise it will lead into infections in the hospital. Then awareness, health education. That is also very important, not only to the public, to the hospital staff also, that awareness should be given. Vaccination of the hospital staff. That is very important. Vaccination of the hospital staff. These are all different aspects of controlling nosocomial infections. At last, the last point I would like to say is, many Mahatma Gandhi said, cleanliness is godliness. If you have a clean mentality, if you have a clean hands and other thing, the infection also will be less. For that, the basic thing you require is soap, then common sense. If you have common sense and soap, 90% of the hospital-acquired infections can be prevented. Okay, so that is about the nosocomial infection, a very important aspect for hospital management people. There are hospitals, I remember, there are a lot of cases in England. In Britain, there was 2-3 hospitals closed because of nosocomial infection. Especially there was one bacterium known as Clostridium difficile. Clostridium difficile, this bacteria alone was responsible for closing 2-3 hospitals in Britain. So even though a small organism, it can lead into closing of a hospital. So to control this type of hospital-acquired infections is very, very important. You have, I think next thing I will share some notes, PPT regarding this. That's about, I think I can close it today. So we have seen various types of infection today. The definition of disease, different types of diseases, infectious disease, non-infectious disease, and the classification of infection, different types of infection, primary, secondary, reinfections, endogenous infection, exogenous infection, then acute infection, chronic infection. Then we have seen respiratory tract infection, urinary tract infection, central nervous system infection, GIT infection, skin infection, then bacterial infection, fungal infections. Fungal infections are sometimes known as mycosis. Then helminth, parasitic infections, viral infections, zoonosis. Animals will be acting as a source of infection, vector-borne infections. Then we have seen a lot of sources of infection, carrier of infection. Then patients will be acting as a carriers, foodborne infection, waterborne infection, airborne infection, soil-borne infections. Then from mother to child, the congenital infection, teratogenic infections, congenital or teratogenic infection. Then what is a reservoir we have seen? The methods of transmission, fecal-oral transmission, waterborne infection, airborne infection, foodborne infection, through contact. Transmission via contact, direct contact, indirect contact. It may be by ingestion, inoculation, inhalation. Okay, all those things are there. And brief next thing we'll see about some of the emerging infections also. New infections. Infections, pudu infections in future. WHO has given a name called disease X. In future, one disease X will be responsible for now we eradicate diseases, microorganisms, but that disease X may eradicate the human beings. The end of the human era may be present because of one disease X. It is a hypothetical disease. Why WHO is giving a warning like that is to get prepared for that. To get prepared. Every hospital should be prepared for an unexpected disease at any time. Okay, this COVID-19 has taught that us. When COVID-19 came, many hospitals were not having, they were never thought about some infectious diseases like this. So for that purpose, WHO, World Health Organization, has hypothetically created one disease X, will be coming in future. So every hospital should be prepared for that type of one emerging infectious disease. So regarding that emerging infections also, we'll see in the next tomorrow, we'll see, maybe in the last thing. Then about Central Sterile Supply Department, one brief idea I will give you about it. Then about biomedical waste management, how to process this waste. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, I close my today's session. Thank you for
sir.
listening. Okay, thank you. If you have any questions or anything, you can ask today or tomorrow also, you can ask. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir.